working now? Ah, I think I got it to work. Hold on. There it is. Whoa. Okay, wait. Hi. Hey. Trying to get this live ready on all of the platforms. Okay. Hey, Chelsea. Oh, sending you love right back, sis. Okay. All right. Grab a chair, family. we're live on Telegram as well. That's where we're going to be answering questions or taking questions. We'll also try to take questions on here. I think I will leave X live the entire time. It might allow me to do it the entire time. Let me check and make sure Facebook is going. Hold on. Guys, I'm the one with the StreamYard computer, okay? Ah, I see it. Okay. It's working on Facebook. Yay. Mama, can you share me? So people can see on your Facebook. Can you share me, please, Mom? Let's see. And so we can get our family on Mama's Facebook in, because I didn't tag her Facebook in yet to this. I'm still trying to figure it out. So just, hang on. Where am I? How are you guys today? How are you doing? Do you got snacks? I got an Arizona mucho mango and some mumbas. It's like being in the car, but in the hotel this time. Different setting. My brain is so full, like completely full, so I'm trying to mentally prepare myself too for what I'm about to talk to you about. Okay. All right, we're set. Okay. Darla said, I can see and hear you. I got my notebook. Let's go. Yay. You're going to need a notebook. And you might want to just have that same notebook, honestly, for the rest of this year, because we have some plans that we never thought that we would get to. Let's dive in, shall we? Y'all know that my mom and I are believers of the father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but I have also been many different religions and many different relationships, grown up in so many different places that I was not raised in the church. I was raised backwards in satanic ritual abuse. Let's just dive right into this, okay? So I don't push religion at anyone. I was into witchcraft, crystals, Seventh-day Adventist, Catholic. I was so many different things, trying to find peace and looking for God. And I understand that everybody, you have to meet them where they're at. So we're not trying to push Jesus at you. If you don't pray and you want to leave for like 30 seconds and come right back, we all can talk. I know there's going to be plenty of demons here. So we all can talk about the children, crimes against humanity. I know that everybody knows that Satan exists. That's without a doubt. So if you understand that Satan exists and you know that there's demon entities, then you understand that there's good as well, right? So whoever you pray to, if you want to take your minute to pray, but we're going to pray because this night is going to get crazy and quite interesting. I know it will. I know it will. Get a comfy seat. And look you don't need a Patreon. You don't need a subscription. We don't need anything from you but a listening heart. You to open your mind, look at some information and some evidence, and use the God-given gifts that he gave you, like your eyes, your brain, and your heart. That's all. That's it. We don't need anything from you except for that. Okay? Okay. Mama, you want to pray us in?
Our Heavenly Father, we just come before you humbly, Lord. I ask right now, Father God, that you send your angels into the airways. We ask that you block any demonic interference, any distractions. Father God, we just ask that you let us speak truth, Father God. Let nothing that we say be for selfish ambition or gain. Let everything we say, Father God, pass through the filter of who you are and what you are. Father God, I ask that you just let the people have open hearts to hear the truth, Father God, not for us, Lord, but so that moves can be made to start protecting the children, which are the most innocent and valuable among us, Lord. And we just give you the praise and the thanks in your holy name. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen. I just want to warn you, over on Instagram, Instagram rules is the live will end after an hour on its own, okay? I have a feeling we will be on here for a few hours, if not a few more than that. All right, so we have a lot to unpack, so much, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna dive deep into things. So if you're over on Instagram, what I'll do is I'll put a link in my Instagram story to my Telegram. I want to say that it's in my bio. So if you're over there, let me see if it's in my bio. If I could tell you where to go. It is not. It is not in my bio. Okay, so I'll put it there. And if you want to go tap on that link, you can come on over here or come on to a different platform or go to Telegram. But Instagram we'll leave in an hour, and I'm not going to keep reviving that every hour. I'm sorry, it's a lot of work. Facebook should stay on, Rumble should stay on, X should stay on for the whole time that we're on. So I want to tell you first, okay? We are going to be taking questions in just a little bit. You can come on over to Telegram and ask us yourself. What you're not going to do, there's a few rules though. What we're not going to do is tell us about us, okay? We're going to discuss the smear campaign. We're going to unpack some of the lies from it. We have some of the people here that have been harassed and stalked. They've even given their information up because they are looking into pressing charges, looking into taking other legal action, like what we just talked about with the court date yesterday. So what we're not going to do is act like children, okay? Because that's why we're in this situation in the first place. If you want to ask us a question, we are more than willing to answer. We've been talking for years. We've been willing to answer whatever question for years, but I notice it's not the same thing for other people on other platforms, is it? Is it really? A lot of you are looking for a scripted answer, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not doing that bullshit. I'm from the south side of heaven, okay? I'm not doing that at all. I tried my best. My mom and I have tried our best to do this the right way. I just put this post out. I warned a lot of you that had me as a child, a lot of my predators that are sitting on here that's going to be watching this video. I warned you that either I'll try my best to do this in the most legal, with integrity, with class way that I could. And now I'm seeing that there's nothing more that I could do but take it to the people. So we're going to present this information to you like a court. We're going to, we the people, public court of opinion now. For those of you who just seen the 9/11 video, some of you are coming from X and some of you are new. Let's talk for a second. Focus on what I'm saying just for 2 seconds, because here's the thing. People see a timer and they get so wrapped up in that timer. They want a name. And a lot of you think that I'm going to give you a really big name like Obama or Biden or Donald Trump or a name like that, which we all know are guilty, which we all know should be answering questions. We all know that. However, that's what people are looking for. I notice if you go on my X feed, the video where the countdown is of 9/11, not even 2 posts down from there is a post where I said, we have FBI report. I showed them to you. I am holding them. I gave you report numbers. I have a stack of them, and that's not even a crumb of them. And people were saying already, well, she's putting a date on this and just go ahead and release the names. And why wait with that QAnon theory? Those QAnon theories really fucked people up. Really desensitized people to the truth. Really messed people up with their interpretation of what is supposed to happen. I want you to know that. A lot of people have put dates on things, and then people expect things to happen like a movie. Like, I'm going to say a name, and then arrests are going to flood from every single corner. And we're going to see it, and I'm going to be the one to take it down. If I'm yelling at you, if I'm on here begging for people to answer the phone, if I'm on here saying, please, someone look at the children, and I'm still saying the same damn thing, what makes you think that just because 9/11 comes up, that something magically is going to happen? Why? Because there's a timer? For those of you who are new, who you're jumping at me in the comments talking about, this is just another one of the desensitized things. If you're gonna say it, just say it. I've been saying it. The point is you're just now hearing it because you choose to sit from your couch. Your lazy ass decides to sit still and then whine about what's not happening and then blame somebody like me for trying to do something about it. That's the problem. You want to blame somebody for your irresponsibility or your lack of knowledge to what's actually going on in your reality. I'm not the one to blame. So you can knock your shit off with that too. The names that I plan to give out on 9/11 are not the names that a lot of you think right away. I said I want to start from the bottom. I said I am 32 years old, and this has happened since I was a baby. I've told you guys several times Pamela Bondi was full of shit. You want to know why? Because she said that they had a desk full of information. My stuff would break a coffee table. So if you think that on 9/11 I'm going to be able to unpack 32 years worth of information for you, you're in a TV mentality. If you're just going to wait for 9/11 and like, okay, Allie and Shelly, that's it. They about to just out the names and someone's going to get arrested and we about to see it all go down. If you're just waiting, you're part of the problem. Help us. I just said we are putting out nonstop FBI reports. Do you understand what we're doing right now? A lot of people are like, why aren't they dead? We're actually gonna, you guys are gonna get in the car with us. And when it's time for us to go get groceries, you're gonna go with us. We're gonna go together when it's time for us to go get food. Because I don't know what people think that we do. People are like, so you guys must be on witness protection. No, this witness protection was made up by the government. Does the government protect anybody? Ever? So do you honestly think that they have what was a three-letter agency made by the CIA? An agency made by the CIA to protect witnesses? No. Another survivor, Ms. Maeve Dutton, she said it right. She said witness protection program is code for witnesses. Excuse me, let me say this right. She said witness protection is the predators being protected from the witnesses. Did I say that right, Maeve? I know she's on here. I think I said that right. Where's she at? She could say it better because she said it. But I was like, damn, sis, exactly. Exactly that. Because a lot of people think that my mom and I are sitting in witness protection right now. And that when we tell you this information, that there's FBI sitting around like, no worries, we got Allie and Shelly. No, Jesus is in this car. And Jesus is in this hotel right now. We have no angels with us. We have no heroes with us. We have nobody with us right now. If we need somebody to call, they're about 3 to 4 hours away from us. We ran into 3 people yesterday. Shout out to that arcade family. Hi. Painty. I have the names. You met me yesterday. We walked into the arcade. And they were like, you guys, is it you? Because you look so at peace. And I said, I've been crying all day long. It's been a long day. And my mom and I were like, you know what? There's an arcade. Pull over. Pull over. My mama, that's the way my mama does things. Because she knows when I'm like, I've had enough. And she's had enough. And she's like, that's it. we're gonna just $40 right here at the arcade. Meaningless stuff to buy candy with. I love stuffies, by the way. Like a stuffy fanatic. So someone handed me a free stuffy and you made my day. Okay? So Bobby Joe Prieto said skee ball solves all problems for at least a bit. Doesn't it? What are we supposed to do? We fighting like hell and it's just us two. When it comes to being in the wild, outside, it's just us two. So for those of you who are waiting on 9/11, like, okay, so when she releases these names, then what? Help me. While you're waiting on 9/11, help me. You know damn well there are so many advocates. Help me. Call them. We told you that we have FBI numbers. Mama, can I have a few of those? I will spout them off for you. You got a pen and paper? Let's open it up with the FBI report numbers. Because a lot of people are stopping, because I know a lot of people are going to come into this about 40 minutes in. And they're going to miss something because we get on the subject of something else. I'm not crying and snot bubbles coming out of my face and face puffy and raging right now. So a lot of people think I'm fine. Everything's fine. Oh, thank you for that. I'll take that too. But I want you to, this is a small stack, a very small stack. Oh, this is a screenshot of one of the smear campaign people. That's what that is. Again, receipts are dropping to Telegram. So I may have stuff in my hand. I may not be able to put it on the screen right now, but we are dropping things to Telegram. So if you're, we'll go over there too. Last night, I said, we have FBI reports. Someone responded with, the FBI is corrupt. I responded, I know that. Okay? We are making a paper trail. And the reason why we're making this paper trail is because we know something is wrong. Very wrong. There's a really harsh check in our spirit. Okay? And so if we die today, and they pull the same pattern and make a headline about it, that's some bullshit, like Hayden Panettiere and everybody else. God forbid something happens to us. We are lighting up every area, every location, every failed organization, every name, every place, every time, every evil piece of smear campaign, every predator, every person linked to the predators. Because God forbid somebody gets a hold of us. There's a lot of people that don't want me dead. And I think a lot of y'all know that because I could have killed me. You've been thinking it. I see somebody in the Instagram comments like, she should be dead by now. Do you go to every victim's page and say they should be dead by now? Is that what you do? Because what is this then? All the people who are like, what about on 9/11? Well, if she says that, then nothing's going to come from it. I know, because we've tried this. People are asking us questions like we have the answers, but we're asking you for the answers. You see how we're running in circles playing the waiting game? I said I have FBI reports. The main attention went to the 9/11 video. People were so focused on the 9/11 video that's the video that's trending, only 2 posts away from the post that you're watching right now. But right beneath that, I say, we have all these FBI reports. We're running a paper trail. So if something happened to us, we've tried calling FBI, right here. We've tried calling the police. We've went through the court systems. We've tried calling for attorneys. We've called investigators. We've done everything that we could possibly think of until 2020 when we turned on the cameras and said the only thing that we haven't done, show the world. In real time, you've watched things for 6 years. A lot of you are just now getting here. And then you want to be mad at me because you're new to the party. Grab a balloon and sit down before you have an attitude with the person that threw the party. Okay? FBI numbers. Let's start with this one. Let me tell you what this one is for. It's something that we're going to talk about tonight. This FBI report goes to I don't know if you can, let me see if, I should have put this on the screen. Should have put this on the screen so you could see it clearly. Can you screenshot? Do you need a picture with me? Cheese. Did you get that? Did you get that? Boom. Yay. All right. So this one, if you can't see it clearly, this one is on Stefan D. Spencer. That was the case that was going on yesterday that we were talking about. When people asked us about that, we told you on the smear campaign, you can talk your shit on the internet. That's fine. It is what it is. Nobody can do anything about that. All right? That's not defamation. It turns into defamation when you're messing with somebody's livelihood, when you're messing with somebody's children, when you're messing with someone's family, when you put them in danger, when you're stalking their home, when you've harassed them to the point that there are people standing outside of their place of work or their home. That's what's happened to the people on our side, not the people who did this character assassination. You understand what I'm saying? So this is the report. This report includes Jacqueline Suzette Wright, aka Jaguar Wright. This report also includes Madison Marquette, two of the advocates that were talking about child sex trafficking. Advocates. When people asked us if we wanted to interview with them, we said no thank you, because we saw some things that did not seem right. So all we did was throw it in 6, and we didn't bother anybody. We didn't nip at anybody. We didn't drag anybody in the mud. We didn't say shit, because that's not the way that my mama raised me, and we're focused on children. And when it comes to children, your focus got to stay on the children, because they will do any and everything to distract you from the truth, and that's how we're in this situation in the first place. Everybody can talk about trafficking, and everybody can talk about the children, but when it comes to actually taking action towards the children, we don't want to talk about that. We can run in circles all day to make up stories and reiterate testimonies about what happened to children. But when it comes to justice for children, we don't want to talk about that. That's what we're talking about. That's why I feel like we're having an issue with reaching some people. Okay? Madison Marquette is in a Texas jail right now. Is that what Christine? I'm putting that up on the screen because I didn't see that clearly. Let me see if you've seen that as much as I did. Really. Funny that it's Texas, because, a lot of that smear campaign is coming out of Texas. Why is that? Patterns that I just gotta ask. Anywho, this one also has Tanya Zambrano Williams on it. We also have screenshots of Tanya that we're going to be posting on here, of her on Stefan Spencer's account under Ronnie and Tanya with her face out there. We have those screenshots I'll be posting on this in just a second. Stay with me. At the bottom here, this name right here, let me see if I can, can you see that? Can you all see that? There we go. At the bottom here, you see that last name, Outlaw? This is who I called Le Crotch Rocket, Le Twat Waffle, Le Diablo, Le Snatch, Le Venereal Disease, all of it. This is who I never said the name because it's like sorcery. If you say Beetlejuice 3 times, it's some crazy shit might pop at you. But this one is LaRonda Rochelle Outlaw. Now, for the longest time, people were calling my mom Rochelle Hawks. No, Rochelle is her name. We couldn't even get that shit straight in the beginning when we were trying to create character assassinations. Just basic information, by the way. Basic. Let me help you out. Basic information here. I'm kind of jumping. So you got your notebook? This is going to take a lot. Grab your notebook. My former name is, let me see if I can put it up here on a banner so I can make sure that you guys have it correct. My former name is Tori, Tori, Tashina, Tasheena, yep. And then, of course, the most crooked of all, Outlaw. Okay, that is my former name. Write that down. Because we're now opening this like a court of public opinion. if this is what's going to get the attention of authorities, if me starting to release names, locations, the names that I start with on 9/11, I'm not starting with how I just jump. I didn't just fall into the hands of elite. That's where people have a TV mentality at. I didn't just fall into the hands of elite. I was supplied to the elite at a very young age. And before I continue with the rest of this life, my name is Allison. This is my right hand, by the way. My name is Allison Leilani Ray Carter. And under penalty of perjury, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Let me move out of the way. And I want you to meet my mama. You know what? This is going to freak you out. We look just like twins. Watch this. I get it from my mama. Hold on.
You're retarded. For the sake of this video that we're doing today, for however many hours that it runs, I, under penalty of perjury, swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Court is in session. No, I'm just kidding. All rise. No. The court of public opinion, we the people, has now begun. All parties involved, please state your name. Any former names for you, Shelly Ray Carter?
No.
No former
Never.
names for you? Can I get your date of birth, Mama?
5/22/67.
Her date of birth. Did you get that? Do you understand what we're doing? It's a big possibility. If something may happen to us, and we know it, we're fully aware. This is a mamba. Y'all want some? Take one and pass.
Pass one to your neighbor.
Pass one. Pass one to the left side of the world. Pass the mamba to the right outside. Oh, pass the mamba to the left. Oh. Hey, you want a sugar wafer? Because we going to need some sugar. All right? Now, the reason why we're doing this, if something happens to us, you are the investigators. Do you notice how much, like Hayden Panettiere, you notice usually they have a tell-all book that was supposed to make it out before they die, and it doesn't make it out until after they die, and then someone else has control of it. So it's being changed around and moved around, and words are being, and then they got to wait for the editor to put some stuff in it, that then they got to take some stuff out. So that's not their words. Like Virginia. You know what I'm saying? Our memoir, we just got a call from the editor, will probably release before Sunday at midnight. We hurried up and wrote it up a little bit for a timeline. Do you understand what I'm saying? You with me? Stacy said, I was going to say just like Virginia. Christine said, get it. Mm-hmm. By the way, this is not a bad Christine. This is a good Christine. I love this Christine. Christine S. is a good one, but we're going to talk about the other Christine in this in just a little bit. Okay? So, back to the court. Mama.
Yes, ma'am.
For the court. For the Alley's Army Court. Can you please give us your date of birth one more time?
5/22/67.
Any former names?
Shelly Carter, Shelly Ray Carter, that's it.
Okay. Where are you from?
Riverside, California.
Born and raised?
Born and raised.
Okay. Ever been married?
Nope.
What?
Hell no.
Contrary to trending and smear campaign belief, Mom, you've never been married?
Nope.
You remember when she did here, come here. Remember when she did this? Remember when she raised her right hand and said, I swear? Okay. So, you've never been married, right?
Never been married.
Let's kill some rumors right here. I'm going to need to see your hands, ma'am. No, show them. Show them your hands. What are those rings? Now, come on in. Please tell them. What are those rings on your finger?
I have 2 rings from when I was team manager at Cal Baptist University softball team. I had the opportunity while I was attending there to be the team manager and help out with the team, and got to travel with the team, which was an honor. And then I have 2 gold or silver bands that I got from the Bible bookstore, and one of them says even see it anymore. I don't remember what it says.
Let me think. She got her glasses on, but she can't see. Oh, you flipping me off?
Yeah, a little bit. Fear not, probably. And the other one is just plain silver.
Yeah, it's fear not.
Fear not. So it says fear not. Got it from the Bible bookstore. Another one, just a silver band. It has no meaning. I just liked it. That's it.
Oh, wait, no, sit down, please. You're in the hot seat.
All right.
You need to testify.
All right, bring it on.
Do you have any biological children?
No, I've never been pregnant. I have never given birth to children. I never had that desire to give birth to children. It has always been my belief that there were enough children in the world that did not have somebody to help them and care for them. I did not want to bring other children in the world when there were still children in need.
When did you begin fostering children?
Right out of high school, as soon as I graduated high school, maybe 6 months after, I had a small house, and there was she was over the age of 18, her name was Stevie. She was homeless. We used to feed the homeless, and she didn't have a home that she could go to, so she took the extra room in the house that we were living in. I had another roommate. So I don't know if you consider that a fostering situation. I have not formally fostered any children, but I've had a lot of children be placed into my home from their parents. Either they couldn't care for them, the children were acting out and having problems, and they needed a place to stay. But I did not formally foster children until Alec. But I have had a lot of children come through my home, probably more than 20.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have no siblings. I have 2 stepsisters, and I have a foster sister when I was 12, but I have no blood relatives other than myself.
Okay. So does that mean that you are an only child?
I am an only child. I was an only grandchild and an only great-grandchild on my mom's side.
Did everybody get that? Did you get that? Did everybody write that down? I mean, just make sure. I feel like people are going to do a lot of writing. This is what happened in Georgia, by the way. Welcome to what happened in the Georgia event. It's just a little bit different. I have a question about your background, Shelly. Please.
Yes.
Shoot. Go ahead and shoot about that question. Let's see. I had more questions, Mama, that I know they come up. I feel like that's in good standards, some good basics. Can I answer those basics real quick?
Sure.
Before I.
There you go.
Okay. My former name, I told you, is Tori Tashina Outlaw. My name now is Allison Leilani Ray Carter. I am 32 years old. My legal date of birth is February 15th, 1994. Okay. Let's see. What else?
Rings.
Oh, rings. Yes, this is
That's usually a sticking point for people.
this is a question. My dad called me yesterday, and he told me that he was getting me a gift, and it's like a legit little princess thing, like, and it's a ring. I love rings. I used to wear a lot of finger rings, by the way. Just something I loved. This one is a hug ring. This one right here. This one's a hug ring. So my camera didn't like that.
Don't you dare.
Excuse you. This is a hug ring. So if you look really, really close, there is little hands that are giving a little hug. Guess where it's from? It's from my dad. Yeah. No, it was a hug. It was just a hug. It was a TikTok shop ring. One of those things. This one is a purity ring. This is my left hand, and it is on my ring finger. Now, I believe, and I started this for myself, that after everything that I've been through, I haven't had sex since I was 21. 21. I'm 32. Okay. So I made like a purity thing for myself to start over again. Just because you've been through all kind of hell as a sex trafficking survivor and made to do things that were against your will, I believe that we can start again, because you're made to believe that you're broken and destroyed. I can't have kids because I was raped by a Moreno Valley police officer. Mm-hmm. That was with La Crotch Rocket. He was married man that was coming over to have sex with her at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then he would come into my room and he raped me with the coat hangers in my closet, and there was blood everywhere. And then from there, a lot of the assault after that really got vicious. So I'm not able to have children. I found that out when I was 21. See there? Last time I had. You see that? You see how that works? Okay. But this is a purity ring. It has love is patient, love is kind is first Corinthians. Yes.
First Corinthians chapter 13.
First Corinthians chapter 13. Yes. And that's this ring. Okay. I don't believe that one day I will replace this ring with a wedding ring, but if there is ever a possibility, that's what this is. Okay. We're not talking about that right now, because we're talking about trying to get home children and get through life without trauma. So I'm not talking about relationships. Let's see. Do I have any children? No, as you can see, no. However, I was trafficked, raped, and tortured a lot. And there is such thing as baby mills and farms. And there were people that was taking my DNA for a very long time.
They also, part of the satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra programming and the gene splicing and all of that, they harvest eggs from survivors, from children, and they do all kind of things with that. So in the realm of fairness and the realm of transparency, that's not off the table, but not in the traditional sense.
Yeah. So if there is a kid out there, somebody better do some math. You get it? You get what I mean? Do math. Do the math. Let's see how old they are, and then let's count back. And if it's anywhere when I was under the age of 15, that means I was in the possession of who? The outlaws. If it's anywhere under the possession of 17, that means I was with Child Protective Services of Riverside County, California. Catch on to what I'm stepping in? So, there's that. And I was taken to baby farms and introduced to that. And then my pimp found out I couldn't have kids. And he made fun of me for it, told me I was a broken woman, and the only thing that I can ever do was please anybody that came into my life and serve my country. So I was made fun of for the fact that I couldn't have children. So it was kind of funny that when the smear campaign thought it was cute to say that I was pregnant and make AI pictures of me pregnant, and then I took a pregnancy test on Truth Be Told's show, Truth Be Told's platform with Dustin Faulkner and Beverly Gillen, to show that first of all it was a rumor, and second of all that I wasn't pregnant. And it was really, I even told Beverly, I told her it was a mind fuck. It was a lot. It was a lot. At first I was like, let's do this. It's okay. Let's do this. And then after a long time I was like, really messed with my head. But anywho, somebody had questions from mom too. I think that's all. That's what I asked you, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any children. Rings.
When did I meet you? Or when did I meet you?
When did you meet me?
How old were you?
How old was I? That's a great question. That's a great question.
There's a vicious lie going on.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So I was running from this FBI report. Did I give you this number, by the way? I'm so sorry. Side note, sidebar. Let's take this report number with on Stefan Spencer, LaRonda Outlaw, Tanya Zambrano Williams, Jacqueline Suzette Wright, Madison Marquette, Marquisio Watson, and Larry Holmes. That's who's included in this report right now. Are y'all ready for the report number? I'm going to give you like 2 seconds. Grab your pen. All right. The number 628, the letter D, B, C, D, the number 1, the letter A, C, number 6641, C, C, 82501, B, 8, D, E, F, 2, 1, D, 5, 7, 4. I know some people are like, well, damn, yeah, FBI reports are not, they're long. They're very long. The numbers on them are long. So, somebody ever give you a short FBI number, now you know they're full of shit too. So, there's that. But I met my mom, Shelly Ray Carter, when I was 14 and a half, 15. The first time was when I ran to a shelter after being raped by a gang member in Moreno Valley, California, as well as the boyfriends of LaCrotch Rocket. I ran to a shelter and I was going to a rape kit. And my mom was in the mix of this, and I had told her everything that happened. After that, she was the only person that I was able to talk to when it came to everything that was going on at that moment. I did not know who to turn to, and when I saw her, I just started crying. Felt like, wow, there's somebody that I could just see in her eyes that she's going to listen, with the intent to listen and not with the intent to reply. Later on, I went into Chino Hills mental hospital. I tried to kill myself after I was being raped by Moreno Valley police officers off of LaSalle Street on a before Moreno Beach Drive. It's all built up now with the Super Walmart and the Panda Express and the townhomes that were over there. But I was in that area in 2009 when things weren't built up just yet. I was still watching the apartments being built. I lived in the townhomes over on Nason Street across from Valley View High School in Moreno Valley, California, and at the time they were still being built. So I was being tortured by some of the Moreno Valley police officers in their cars, and I would watch out the window. I remember because they parked on the wrong side where the car dealership is. So if you're familiar with Moreno Valley, California, over on Moreno Beach Drive, right in front of the Super Walmart, there is a car dealership right in front of it, or used to be. And the police officers would take me there and have their way with me, park their car the wrong way. Nobody would do anything or say anything. And then they would let me go. I couldn't get out of that. Who would have believed me if I tried to tell on a cop? You guys are barely, some of you, a lot of you are listening, but some of you are barely hearing me now. So if I would have popped up and told you at 14 years old what was going on, nothing would have happened. So I tried to kill myself because nobody was hearing me. I ended up in Chino Hills Hospital, and from there they asked me if there was anybody to call that could mentor, that could help with a CASA-style figure. If you are familiar with the state of California, there is the CASA program for foster kids. They called my mom as a mentor, and she was confirmed and given the permission by Child Protective Services of Riverside County, California, to be a mentor after that. I did not get placed in a home with my mom until I was 17 and a half under a SILP. Write all of this down. SILP, Standard Independent Living Program Placement. That means that if you're at 17 and a half in the state of California, if someone has a couch for you to sleep on and they can verify that there's an address, they can verify that you are safe, and they just have a couch, they don't need to do the full background check of a bedroom and
but they did
all that stuff. But they did do all that stuff. But
gave fingerprints, the whole 9 yards.
But that's the SILP, Standard Independent Living Placement Protocol. But they went ahead and did all that with my mom, and I was placed with her at 17 and a half, and from there I went to Raincross Continuation School in Riverside, California. Was I kidnapped? Was I kidnapped by Shelly Carter? No. No, I was not. That is a rumor, a narcissist rumor made by Tanya Williams, Stefan Spencer, and so many more.
It fit their narrative.
Uh-huh.
It caused drama and chaos.
We're not talking about the people I was kidnapped by. We won't talk about them, though. But no, I was not kidnapped, but I was a missing child in 2010 to 2011. While in the custody of Riverside County Child Protective Services.
But again, we have every document for CPS. I requested the records for CPS for Allie after she was placed with me. So we have all of that. We can't show you because it's illegal. So,
did you know that? Did you know that there's some evidence that we have that even though it's ours that we can't show you? We'll get in trouble for that, though. They'll call us for that.
it was shown to Beverly. I think we made copies for Beverly.
Oh, Beverly has a
to
folder.
verify it.
Mhm.
You know, we put up adoption paper, and the smear campaign said, "Oh, it's fake and it's a lie." That's not true. But I mean, how do you prove stuff if you can't show it? So.
What else? Somebody said, why is that illegal if it's about yourself? Because
California.
You got to ask the state of California that question. That's their rule. If I gave you, there's some information that I cannot legally give you because either there's other kids on the case that were involved in the case, or if I release it, the justice system doesn't want people to know about it. So the fact that Child Protective Services failed us so many times, Riverside County Child Protective Services, they failed, and I mean absolutely failed.
Well,
and they documented it.
If you think about running trafficking rings and whatnot using children, that's just a fail-safe on their part. We'll just block these records, and that way anybody that tries to release them or expose them, we'll get them in trouble for that. Like, there's layers of things that are put into place to keep the secrets.
Yes, when we went and dropped off information with Beverly Gillen, she has a folder of information, and there was some information in there that has a red stamp on it. So even though she has it, we couldn't show it to you.
What it says. I have those.
Oh, you have them right here. Yeah.
I have a little bit. Let me see.
Can I see your
can make
folder?
it a stamp.
Can I see your folder?
That's
Just so you, I know they can't, but transparency, right? This folder is full of just a few reports.
That's what we took to Georgia.
This is barely. You see that? Those are some of the reports that we know for a fact we have to just physically show to people, which is why we took them to Georgia and we passed them around the room. So if you were in Georgia, you've seen a lot of what's in that folder. Unredacted.
So, let me show them this. Just show the very top. I don't know. It's
Okay.
too much, but you can read that little where it says confidential.
I'm just going to show you this. I'm not trying to tell you what's in the report. I'm just trying to show you the top of it. You ready? You ready? Everybody good? You got your, is the camera on? You following me? I'm just going to show you the top of it, just so I can show you what it says. But I'm not going to show you the whole report. You good? Just making sure my camera's on. Okay. So, up here, let me see. Can you see that? Can you see the top of it? I'm not trying to show you the report. I'm not trying to show you that. I'm just trying to show you the top of it. You see that stamp right there? Everybody telling me you see it? Can you see that? Can you see that clear? Not the report. Not this. Don't look at that. You can't look at that. You gotta look at this right here. Don't look at that. So,
So, read what it says.
the top of it says confidential. Any further dissemination of this document is prohibited unless authorized by a law or juvenile court order.
So that page goes, and then these two pages go after. Don't show the signatures, but
Don't show them.
they don't have the stamp on there. So does that
Yeah.
beg the question? Can those papers be shown, or is it only the papers that have the stamp? Like,
Ooh.
there's a lot of gray area.
Ooh, I can't show you that. I can't show you that, but I can show you this. But you see there? Can you see that? Can you see?
So there's no stamp on that one. You know what I mean? And
That's missing.
There's papers throughout. I just don't know if we're allowed to show.
So we couldn't show you what was in the report. That's why I put my hand up over the last one. We couldn't show you that. But I'm showing you this because that doesn't have a stamp. So you see how we have to be so careful? You see that? You see the bullshit? And then people are like, we'll say it. We did. We did. Someone said, yeah, I got it. Someone said, yep, no, got it. Yeah, didn't see that. But, Rebellion Heart 777 said, bullshit upon bullshit. Okay,
No,
you
it's
understand our
literally
frustration.
Layers. It is layers and layers of bullshit. For us to even be sitting here right now and being able to have this conversation, we've had to unravel layer upon layer of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Not just with the laws and CPS, but also with the MK Ultra programming that was put on Allie. So it's a lot. So when people sit on their couch and bullshit and, well, why don't you just do this and why didn't you do that? I'm like, you're so clueless.
Yeah. Yeah, because everybody is like, well, if she's telling on all these people, how come nothing has happened? I don't know, ask Cash. He's too busy. Tell him that this report is filed. He can't find it because he's too busy, like, well, the burn bags. Well, they're not in the airplane, Cash, that you taking your girlfriend on dates on. It's not in there. It's not in the evidence pile that all the FBI keeps burying. It's not in the evidence pile that they lost. That's why. That's why. So people are asking us questions, like we got that. We asking you too. Sidebar. Timeout. Mama Christine Stoken, by the way, a good one. She said, "Do you have a family background in MK? How did you recognize the family member that had the accident and car crash?"
I addressed that a little bit in this book that's coming out. This book that's coming out is kind of our practice book. There's a lot more information that we have. We were just trying to get our sea legs, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But I addressed that a little bit. My aunt, my dad's sister, Aunt Donna, she passed away, I don't remember what year, 2013 or so, around there. But she had always been very traumatized and very troubled. My grandfather brutally raped and molested her as a kid. When I was going to school working on my counseling degree, I started talking to her on the phone numerous hours a night, usually from 9 o'clock at night till like 2 in the morning every day. She started telling me that she had DID. So I learned to start recognizing the DID in her. I never saw it like face to face, but I could hear the switches and things on the phone. As we were writing this book and I was having to research some of Aunt Donna's history, I found out that several of my family members, my dad's uncles, had been placed in Patton State Hospital, ironically enough. In addition to that, I was also in the GATE program when it was called MGM, Mentally Gifted Minors. I think they ran a pilot program, so before GATE was GATE, they were running MGM. So I don't know how all that links together. I didn't know about MK Ultra at the time I was talking to my aunt. I was just learning about her DID. But in hindsight, I see a lot of red flags where I think she might have been MK Ultra as well.
Just a side note, Instagram Live is going to end in 4 minutes. So if you would like to join us on Facebook, X, or Telegram. You can join us there. I will put up the link in just a second in my Instagram story and in my Instagram bio, so you can head on over here with us. But that live is going to end in 4 minutes, and I cannot restart it. Sorry. I don't know how to do it in the middle of this. So we'll see y'all over here, okay? I'm going to take a few questions from the things that we've talked about because, like I said, 32 years. So we're going to try to unpack this now in the next few hours. And then starting on 9/11, I'm going to start from the bottom, not from the top. I'm going to start with the everyday Epsteins. I'm going to start with the everyday Ghislaine Maxwell's. And if there is nothing that can be done about everyday predators that you're going to find out are probably your neighbors, you probably dropped your kids off at Mulberry or kinder care daycares that I was in when I was a baby, and I was being trafficked and given to other breeders that were within kinder care daycares. You're going to find out that some of the school districts that you see are just as corrupt. That's not new to people. It's just depending on when you're willing to stand and say, hey, enough. We all know that there's too many articles that come out about this teacher and that coach and this doctor and that attorney. We all know.
What's really very interesting, since we've been writing FBI reports and researching some things, is the amount of people on the smear campaign that link to daycares, that link to schools. Allie was trafficked.
Oh, pause. Come on over to Instagram, Nunya. If you want to talk about Andrew Rebus, we're going to be talking about that too.
Oh yeah, bring your friend.
Come on, because you're saying he was accused of molesting and torturing his foster kids. You guys are making up false narratives, and he's one of the people that are looking into pressing charges. But since you're going to continue to make up this false narrative about Andrew Rebus, we are actually going to be talking about him, and he is here on the live with us tonight. So
you can ask him directly.
You can ask him yourself. We don't defend adults, but that's one of those lies from the smear campaign. So come on, please. This live is ending on Instagram in 2 minutes, so you're gonna want to come over here.
We'll hold that thought.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll address that in a minute.
Yeah.
We are still under oath.
Yeah. Telegram handle, please. It's our name, Allie and Shelly. ALLY and Shelly. SHELLY. And you'll see our picture, and you'll see us live. That little bubble should be live. So we definitely want to talk about these lies that have been going around and how much people are so wrapped up in them and can't get off of them. If after you realize and after you speak to Andrew Rebus yourself, and then you're going to continue this defamatory thing, then he can do what he wants with that information. But what you're not going to do is put that on us, because that has nothing to do with us. What you're doing has nothing to do with us, but you can stop that. You can knock that shit off. But we're, like I said, we're doing it all. We're doing it all. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're gonna do Andy right now?
No.
We're gonna wait till she comes over?
We're going to wait till she come over.
Okay, where were we?
We were in the middle of some stuff. We ain't slowing down because you got stupidity. I'm just not doing that. I'm trying to manage, and I can't manage your stupidity and all of this at the same time. So they're going to have to come over here.
Oh, the daycares. So
Yeah.
there are daycare rings. So hear me closely. In San Bernardino, California, Allie was trafficked. Not just trafficked, she was MK Ultra programmed through the daycare rings. They linked to people that she was raised to believe were family that had a ring running out of their or a daycare running out of their home. Monica Floyd linked to daycare where Allie was trafficked and programmed. I think there's a common thread there. So if you guys could figure out how to contact Nick Shirley, he focused on the money and the fraud. Somebody needs to look into the trafficking rings that are being ran from the daycares and the yellow. And if you have children in daycare, please do your due diligence.
Yes. 1 second. My stream just ended on Instagram. I'm I'm kind of trying to navigate that. Hold on one second. And then, boom, that's done. Okay. Got that. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Continuing where we were. Bobby Joe, thank you. She said that's a phenomenally positive view. Taking your power back. Can't even express the love we send you. Healing isn't easy. Thank you. Yeah, I think all survivors need to know that they can take their power back in so many different ways. Um, they may have stole so much from you, but it there's so many different ways to break your own programming and take the power back. And when survivors understand that, it's going to be a whole game changer.
Predators better run.
Christine said you could have children from eggs taken. That's a question to continue your bloodline. Yes, you can. Um, and they do that. They steal that from girls. After a certain age, they call you spilled milk in the life. About 26 years old, um, the term when I knew of was called spilled milk, and that means by 26 years old, you now have to start training to either be a part of the baby mills or having kids and training those kids yourself. And if you are able to have kids, but they just want to take your eggs, then they hire people for that. As much as they hired dentists to take kids' teeth out, there were dentist chairs for that reason. They hired professional dentists. If you go back and look into the Epstein files. By the way, the Epstein files, the amount of files that we are trying to release in the next few months, has the thickness of Epstein files. I want you to think if you can go and sit and navigate and tell someone all the information that you've read in the first 30 pages, then you would understand how long this is going to take to unpack. Okay? So manage your expectations.
When a baby female is born, they usually have all their eggs that they're going to have for their lifetime are already in their body. It's not like sperm that reproduces and gets expelled and then reproduces. It's not like that. So a female child will already have all the eggs that they will have for their lifetime in their body, if I'm remembering right. So yes, they do take those and they do horrible things with them.
I don't really understand your question, Julia. Mom, maybe you will. She said, do you believe they have children also for life extension experimentation? Who?
For adrenochrome harvesting? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know.
They run baby mills to do hybrid experiments, to traffic, to harvest adrenochrome, to do evil things, like tons of evil things. Just like an MK Ultra survivor is not usually just used for one thing. They're able to be used for many tasks that they were programmed for. The experiments and things that they do under places like Epstein Island, they have a lot of reasons why they do evil.
Oh, somebody wrote down the FBI number. I'm going to put it on the screen. Hold on. And they're just asking if this one is correct. Everybody looking at the screen?
It's a lot of numbers.
It's a lot of, yeah, it's a lot. Screenshot that. Let me see. Does it end in D574? I think you have it right. F2ID.
Usually the alphabets are,
Yeah.
the alphabet portion is usually in lowercase. I don't know if there's any uppercase in
There,
it.
Yeah, you're right. All the letters are lowercase. All the letters are lowercase, and then
I don't know
yeah.
if it makes a difference, but
Yeah. Please post that number. You talking about this one, Michelle? The FBI report number? I took a screenshot. Ali, can you repeat it? It's on the screen, love. I'm sorry. I'm just now getting to some of these comments. I didn't see it. I would love to see you and Shelly write a book about what you think the best way for a survivor to heal, facility, group home, therapy, not in the traditional sense, but what would actually help in a safe way.
in a nutshell, no amount of therapy is going to help an MK Ultra survivor, especially one with hundreds of altars. I don't know of any facility. It's one-on-one relationship. It's community. So there's been more healing for Allie by the people that have stood with her. So with the MK Ultra, they crush out of the children any avenue of normalcy. So they crush out any father ties by having the men rape all of the altars, the fathers rape all the altars. They have the mothers be abusive and hateful and rape and traffic their children. The aunties and uncles do it. The teachers do it. So if you think about your life, you've got maybe friends at work, and you had friends at school, and you have aunties and uncles, and you have people that come around and support you. And most of us lived a pretty normal life that way. For an MK Ultra survivor, they crushed that out of every avenue. Yesterday's court spoke to the fact that when Allie was 4, they did a ritual, MK Ultra programming, to her 4-year-old altar after she had been abused at that daycare with Monica Floyd. They took 4-year-old her to court and did this whole thing where she ended up getting beat by LaRonda after the fact. So when you get older, if you think, well, maybe I'll just go to court and try to tell, you're gonna have that memory, it's gonna trigger. So any avenue that they can do evil to shut everything down, they do, and it's on a huge scale.
Yeah. Mom, we have a basic question about what we talked about earlier. How old are you?
You're gonna make me do the math. I think I'm 59.
Every time. I have to remind her that it was her
1967.
birthday. In May, I had to tell her, I was like, Mom, it's your birthday. And she was like, it is? How old am I? Like, this is what we...
I was born in 1967, so you can do the math. I think I'm 59. I think. It doesn't really matter at this age. After 55, it doesn't matter. You just
Thank you, Betty. She said, y'all are so humble. I hope one day to help you and the children more directly somehow. Thank you. We're very simple people. Okay. There are so many good questions. There's so many good questions that I can't. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be jumping around. So, this is easy now, Allie. I used to mock my mama for not knowing how old she was, and now I get it all too well. Gotta do math to remember.
If you're 59, you get me. It's like, that is too much math. It is not that serious. I'm in the age range. I'm in the 50 to 60 age range.
Let's see. Do you guys have printable flyers that we can use to put on windshields and stuff? Yes, we do, on AliesArmy.com. You can find those all on there. Okay? But thank you for printing them off and putting them out there. Appreciate you. Julia said we try to forget birthdays at 59.
You know it.
Okay. Is there any questions about the basics? Any questions about the basics that we talked about so far? I'll even take one on Telegram right now if there's anybody that have any questions about the basics. What our name is, how old we are, former names, anything basic information that you feel like you need to write down, and if you call someone and they're gonna ask basic information, is there anything else that you feel you need? My phone number. I've already given it out. If you feel like I can contact someone and give them a report, I'm not giving you my phone number so you can blow up my phone. We can't respond to every message. If we did, we would just be responding to messages. Like, we wouldn't be doing anything else, you know? So I appreciate it. But if you have somebody that you can call and you can tell them this, give them this stuff and say, hey, call them, they need help between now and 9/11, you can give them my phone number. It is 859-816-8530. If you don't believe me, call my phone right now, somebody, and I'll pick it up. That's how tired we are. That's how serious we are. Who does that? Call it. I dare you. Anybody? Call us right now. I'll pick it up. It's right here. Actually, hold on. I gotta text my dad back. He asked if I was okay. My dad's checking on me. So hold on. Ya que I love you. Anybody? I just seen somebody call. Anybody? You want to try me? Let me turn my ringer on. Oh. It's silent. Hold on. Let me call somebody back.
Your call has been forwarded.
Sorry. Try me again. (859-816-8530). Test how much truth we're giving you right here. Hi, did you just call me?
I absolutely did.
Hey! Who is this? Who are we talking to?
This is Bobby.
Hi, Bobby. Oh, girl. Hey. Tell Allie's Army, hey, that Bobby got through to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for being so clear and honest. You guys are amazing. I love you.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. I'll send you a text soon. Love you.
Adios.
Bye. Okay, there you go. Bobby! Okay, any other questions real quick before we move on through basics? I'll take a question on Telegram if there's anybody else that has a question that's like, if I got a hold of somebody right now, they're going to ask me this. Anybody? Passing? I'm going once. I'm taking that question on Telegram. I have it right here. Going once. You can raise your hand by hitting that blue, it's the blue button. What does it say? It says unmute or raise your hand. Basic question. No? We good? Going once? Going twice? All right. Cool. I think we covered a lot of that. Let's move on to more. I want to give you another FBI report number. Can I get another one of those, please? I'll tell you which one this one's about. Someone said, I'm guessing she was born in 1994. You will guess right. Ding, 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 ding. You want Mamba? Yes. I was born in 1994. I am 32 years old. So the birth certificate from San Marino, St. Bernardine's Hospital says. This one, oh, this one is filed on Tanya. This one is another one for Tanya Zambrano Williams. Let's take a look at this.
So, when we filed a year ago with the smear campaign, anytime there's more information, you got to file a new report, and then you check the box that says, is this kind of an addendum, or is this additional information to the previous one? So some of those are kind of overlapping a little bit.
Okay. Before I give out this new FBI number, we have one question from Marge L. Oh, sorry, I muted my mic. My bad. Before I do this FBI report, we got one question from Marge L. I'm going to unmute your mic. Here's the rules for Telegram. They're going to try to keep the chat flowing so people can ask questions. You have 60 seconds to ask your question, and after 60 seconds, your mic will mute. So have a stopwatch or a timer ready, so that way it doesn't, if you lose time or whatever talking, and then we can keep the chat moving. Okay? Your mic is being unmuted, Marge. You got 60 seconds, and if you press the blue button, it should turn green, and we should be able to hear you. Your mic's unmuted. Hi, hi, hi. You there? Hello? I'll give you another reminder because I sincerely didn't know what buttons to push on Telegram at first. So that, you gotta turn that, this button right here, gotta turn green for your mic to be on. If it's blue, it's not on yet. Did I lose you, Marge? Was that an accident? Put your hand up. All right, cool beans. Okay, going back to this FBI report. I'm gonna put up screenshots of Miss Tanya Williams. Now, a lot of people wanted to say that the Ronnie account wasn't Tanya Zambrano Williams. Well, it is public knowledge that the RonnieOnTheBeat@gmail.com goes to Tanya Zambrano Williams. That is public knowledge. You can look that up. Now, what happened there was Evil got so comfortable that they left the door open. And leaving that door open allowed us to see, oh, this whole time, Tanya has been on multiple accounts, including her very own, jumping back and forth, and she's also messed up a few times, jumping back and forth from the Ronnie account to her real account. I have the screenshot. I'm gonna post it on Telegram right now.
One of my biggest beefs during the whole smear campaign with Tanya, if you truly believe something to the core of your being,
Then why are you hiding?
you don't hide.
Mm-hmm.
You own that shit. You say it with your chest.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to hide behind a fake account and a fake name. So there's that. So already I didn't have any respect.
Okay. So, in the corner of these pictures, you will see a live from Stefan Spencer. This is the same Stefan Spencer who was just in court yesterday. So a lot of people now are saying, well, she's innocent. And here's the problem. If she was innocent, then why do we have this screenshot coming from Ronnie Researcher account that says, I can't use Messenger here. It's not working for me to send messages. My Gmail is RonnieOnTheBeat@gmail.com if you'd like to message me there. Well, and then ding, 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 and then put it together, and then duh, right? But let me give you the screenshots. I'm going to post those screenshots to our Telegram right now. Now, as we're talking about this smear campaign, we want to talk about some of the lies made by Tanya Zambrano Williams, the defamation. Now, it's one thing, like I said, and as Stefan Spencer learned in court yesterday, it's one thing to talk shit. It's another to harass, dox, exploit, stalk, false report, coerce.
And the bet false reporting.
She's called people's jobs and gotten them fired, including Beverly Gillen's son. She's called false calls into adult protective services.
Numerous people.
For so many people. There's been false child protective services calls. There has been false animal control calls. All of this happened since January 2025 and is still happening right now. And Stefan Spencer and Latoit Waffle ended up in court yesterday because they started arguing with each other. Now, Judge Joshua, that you guys wrote the information to, he made the comment, if this was Miss Carter's case, things would be different, which is what some people are looking into. Now, they made up all these things, right? And just the basics, they've lied about. If they've lied about all these things, what the hell else do you think they're lying about? They said I was pregnant. They said I was kidnapped. This all happened on her account too. They said I was still 15 years old. They said that LaRonda filed missing children's reports. Those were never filed. Detective Groves from Ridgecrest Police Department. Are you guys staying with me? There's a lot to unpack right here. Detective Groves from Ridgecrest Police Department is well aware of Tanya Zambrano because they started threatening him. So then he had to call over to Lake Elsinore, Riverside Police Department, in the area of Latoit Waffle from yesterday's court, because they were making accusations against the police officer saying that the police officer wasn't real. They doxed the dance studio. They doxed dance children. They've made up so many false narratives. They've said vulgar things like my dad that just texted me and checked on me because he can probably see me in this camera breathing a little funny and he can tell because my dad has spent time with me. They've said that very vulgar things about my dad, that my dad was doing things to me. They said that my mom was my handler, that she kidnapped me. They said that people like you that are just standing next to us, that Ali's Army is, and this is just shit talking. They just said that the Ali's Army was old and they're in wheelchairs. Tanya Williams is how old? She's, I'd have to get her accurate birthday. I'll get that in a second. But she's close to 60. Now, this is the sad part. If you're miserable, just say that. But these are the type of women that accuse men of doing things and men go to jail for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the same way that they've accused all these things, they had people sitting outside of a house. Let me put up this screenshot because I want you guys to see. It's a little blurry, but if you can, I'm sure you can make it out. Somebody could probably pull that to the front. I'm going to put a screenshot incoming to Telegram. Save those. You remember? We see it. Save those. Incoming. What does that say? I know it's a little grainy. Okay, here's this screenshot. This is a little grainy, but this is what I just read off to you at the bottom. Oh, that's so grainy. I know some people can pull that forward. I have more copies of it. So if you need another copy, let me know. Actually, better yet, admin, angels, can somebody help me out with another copy of this picture? because it's a little grainy, and I know some people are gonna have some trouble reading it because my eyes are having some trouble reading it, you know. So, but let me get you the other screenshot of the public information of where this email links to. Let me get it. Here we go. I got it right here. Contact details. Boom.com. All right, there we go. Let me just go into Telegram. Here you go. Incoming. Did everybody see that? You on Telegram? You see that? Oh, Texas Tornado said yes. Okay, so this was public knowledge, right? Here we go. Now, I noticed that Tanya decided to take this little tidbit down when this released. She took that little email contact off of the profile after it released. All right. Now, here's that. Now, here is Tanya threatening me from her account. Here we go. And then what she forgot was she was jumping back and forth from one account to the other. So I think she forgot what account she was on. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she meant to do that. I don't know. But here we go. Here's this comment right here. So again, if there's any attorneys that would like to reach out to us for the basics information, attorneys, here you go. There's her account when she was coming for me, coming for Tori Tachina. I don't know who Tachina is. I know who former name was Tashina. I don't know who Tachina is. But, you know, having some issues there. Now, here's also the picture of her on Stefan Spencer's live as herself. Here you go. This is your everyday Ghislaine. This is the woman who's been making up rumors about Andy Rivas, other random men. Please reach out to the 702 firm. They specialize in human trafficking cases. Can you please text that to my phone?
I have that.
You got
Thank
my
so
phone?
Much. It's on my list of things to do.
Oh,
probably
perfect.
on Monday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Here we go. I want to make sure that she's smiling. We love a smiling queen. We love a smiling queen, right? I want to make sure that she's smiling. No, because we don't want to. This is the woman who was also saying that I was pregnant. This is that woman who was body shaming other women.
That you had children.
That I had children. That my dad was having sex with me, and that I had his child. This is the woman that was body shaming me.
Sold your children.
Yeah. Yeah. This is her. This one's right here.
Ironically enough, she has connections to a lady named Karen in Rialto, California, that runs a daycare, or ran a daycare. Interesting, the ties. Oh, the wicked webs we weave.
Hold on, I need to put some context on the picture, because after the chat's over, some people will get this and be like, so who is this creature? But I wanted to make sure that it was a smiling queen. We love a smiling queen, don't we? Okay. Oh, only a face a mother could love. It did not send. Hold on, it's not loading. Let me send it again. It kind of broke my phone. Hold on one second. I gotta do it again. Pause, intermission. Hold on. Because again, I told you we love a smiling queen. I want a smiling queen. She's been on the internet doing all of this for so long, so I want to make sure she's smiling. Because she's been so happy about the things that she's been doing and the stories she's been telling, so we want to make sure. Smiling queen. I'm smiling. I want you to be smiling. I found 3 pictures of her smiling. Look at that. That's great. Here we go. Let's try it again. Unsupported attachment. Only 2 went through. Do y'all see that over on Telegram? 2 just went through over there. That is Tanya Williams. And look where it's coming from. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Ronnie Researcher. So, are you telling me that, are you gaslighting the people too to say that this is not you? This was her happily over on Stefan Spencer's account. And this was actually the very moment that they were talking about the fact that I was pregnant and all these other things. Like, hold on one second. Let me just stand up. I got on a sweater. It's cold in here. We got the air up. Boom. Ow. Smiling queen. Smiling queen. We shouldn't have to do this, but so many people are body shaming. At one point, I was pregnant, and now I'm malnourished, according to other rumors that just came up, because I lost a little weight, little stress weight came off, so now some people are saying I'm malnourished. You know what? Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on.
Easy there.
Not again. We ain't doing our past life. Now, hold on now. I don't do that no more. It's too much of a tidbit. But here we go. I'm not malnourished. Your girl has ate today. She is loved. You know, when they were claiming that I was pregnant, your girl was bloated because she was on her cycle. Since we're doing too much information, since we're being transparent, I was getting on my period. You know, some periods are cramps, some periods are bloating. Yeah, that one was the bloating one. So that's what you've seen. But right now, I'm healthy. Very healthy. So just in case. How about you? Are you healthy?
I'm fine.
She's not malnourished or pregnant.
Somebody had a question about your dad. No, we're not married. No, we're not dating.
Oh, Lord.
If anything, he's like a brother. And don't twist that, you crazy fuckers.
Yeah, Lord have mercy.
Don't twist that. But no, he's a friend. He's a good guy. But no, we're not dating. That is not a thing.
No, my dad chose me. I chose him. In the mix of him being one of the angels that have said, "Hey, I'm here for you." He's been with us through some situations that we have a connection. We're here when I'm like, I don't mind barking at him and he don't mind barking back at me. Like, woman, I'm going to stand here 10 toes down. If that means that there's a predator in front of you, I'm not moving.
What I was saying earlier about the MK, how everybody's like, well, why does she need to be adopted at 32? And why does she need a dad?
Why do you care?
With the MK Ultra, to help a survivor heal, those relationships need to be restored, and that's not always easy. So you guys know that we have superheroes, and we have y'all, and some of them stand in the aunties and uncles spot. The dad, he stands in the father's spot. I stand in the mother's spot. So it restores that. It heals those things that they crushed out of them. So if we're gonna help the survivors, we have to stand with them in whatever capacity we can and love them unconditionally. And that's the only way that this is gonna work.
I got aunties and uncles too. I got sisters and brothers and cousins. Oh, and by the way, Miracle is married. She's not my lesbian lover. That's another rumor Tanya started. I don't know what her issue is. Okay. That's actually the first rumor that we've gotten over a woman, though. So I guess Tanya wins the first rumor award. But anywho, where did my phone go? Put it down, and then my bad. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. So now that we're on the smear campaign, let's talk about one of the rumors. Andy Rivas is here with us.
Hey, Andy. Understanding the MK Ultra the way I do, it usually needs something to anchor the programming. I think Andy Rivas was that for this smear campaign. I think they...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Side note, Miracle's married, happily married, by the way. She has a husband. I forgot to include that into that little tidbit because I saw that other comment come through. No, that woman is happily married. Brother Dario, that's my brother. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Mama.
so for a smear campaign to work, they've got to have something they can anchor something to. And there's really not a lot in my history and my background. I've not been married. I don't have kids. I've not done drugs. I don't drink. So there's really not a lot to work with. So the next best thing was to pull somebody that stood with us, and that was Andy Rivas. Andy joined Telegram. I think he was on Telegram for a while. Hey, if you have your pencil and paper, let me back up a minute. If you have your pencil and paper, write this down. Shelly Carter does not defend adults.
Oh,
Write that down.
highlight it and underline it, please.
Because there are millions and millions of children that are being brutalized, tortured, raped, MK Ultra'd, and a whole host of other horrific things that don't have a single person standing and defending them. So until all the children are covered, write this down again, Shelly Carter does not defend adults. Adults can defend themselves.
Say it louder, Mama. No, do it one more time. Seriously, say it.
Adults can defend themselves.
No, I think one more again because I don't think they heard you.
Write it down again. Shelly Carter does not defend
Can
adults.
you scoot over so you can get in the frame so they can see you?
That's it. So, when Andy came over to the Telegram channel, he was very open. He said that he had been arrested for abusing his adopted children. So I think, first of all, facts matter. They were saying that those were his foster kids. No, they were his adopted children. That he had been arrested and he spent 48 hours in jail. They let him go. They pressed no charges. But it was a CPS grab for his kids. So Andy had asked me to look. Is he on here?
I think he is. Let's see.
And if you're on here, can you throw that brief up that I wrote? So he handed me probably 1,000 pages of the CPS reports that he had gathered on his adopted kids, and asked me to look it over because he said there was a lot of inconsistencies and weird stuff with CPS. So I went through that and I wrote a very lengthy report on all the corruption that I saw. And Andy, I messaged him earlier today. He gave me permission to say whatever I wanted to say.
He's I don't know if he's on here right now.
Okay, well I'll
be back.
find that.
He's right there. He's right there. Hey, Andy.
I'll find that. I'll have him put up that report. But what I found were his kids were in CPS care in Texas. So for CPS to transfer them from Texas to California, or I'm sorry, to Washington for them to be adopted is already an odd thing. When I'm looking through, I think he adopted his kids when they were 6 and 8. By 6 and 8, they had already been diagnosed with RAD, reactive attachment disorder. They already had a history of satanic ritual abuse. They already had a history of sexual abuse. The kids, from what I can tell, from the reports that I saw, appeared to have MK Ultra programming and DID because the abuse was so horrific. The kids were sexually acting out with other children before Andy was even in the picture. They had failed adoptions before Andy was even in the picture. The little boy was harming animals. So there was just a lot. When you work with CPS, a lot of the kids have reactive attachment disorder, and if we were ever to get on the other side of this, I would want to call for an investigation into reactive attachment disorder and how it links to MK Ultra, because I think they're the same thing. I think it's just bullshit psychology. But a lot of the kids in foster care have reactive attachment disorder, and that almost means that they have a narcissist as a child. They're narcissists. They have no conscience. Can that be fixed? Yeah. When Allie came, and I had her assessed for DID. I also had them assess her for RAD because I expected those things go together. She doesn't have RAD, but there are a lot of foster kids, an extreme amount of foster kids that have RAD, and I think that's satanic ritual abuse. I think that's the result of satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra programming. So when they are accusing him of being a pedophile, he was arrested. They let him go because they couldn't stick the charges. But the goal was to grab the kids. I think the children, those two children, are a bloodline from a bloodline family, and somebody needed to get hands on them. As it stands today, the kids have aged out. Andy fought for his kids.
He's still fighting for the kids.
Still fighting for the kids. They've aged out. CPS never returned the kids, even though there was no charges that stuck. Tanya,
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie researcher, you did no research at all. You drug a man through a horrible smear campaign to get to me, to get to Allie. That was reckless and it was disgusting. But he still continued to fight for the kids. CPS never returned them. There were two women that we backed up from just before the smear campaign started. They are well aware of Andy. Andy was very open and honest. One of them, or both of them, sat on the court, the CPS court. He invited us to listen in, and we could be there virtually on the CPS court. So a lot of times we would sit in, and Allie and I were trying to help them with the social workers because they were trying to take their rights. In the book, I talk a little bit about contracts and oaths and how those carry such a big weight in CPS and in the world when you're dealing with MK Ultra and satanic ritual abuse and whatnot. But you want to take it from there?
I'm texting and checking everything that's going on. Sorry, my brain. Andy is on here. I do see him. Well, I've just seen him.
One second.
So, hey, Andy, can you hear us okay, just so I can check your mic?
So he also gave me permission to put his email address out there if anybody wants to actually do some research. Ronnie Researcher.
Tanya. Let's call her Tanya. Her name is Tanya. Her name is Tanya.
Normally, people don't have to state the obvious, so let that always be a red flag. If people are telling you I'm grown or I'm a Ronnie Researcher, that's usually a red flag.
You know when somebody says, I'm fine. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Anyway, his email address is all lowercase.
Yes. There he is.
Hey, Andy. Andrew, ANDREW, period. Revis, REAVIS, at ymail.com. So if anybody wants to question him, he's always been very open and forthright. He was arrested. He was never charged. They snatched his kids, and CPS never returned him, and there was a lot of corruption throughout the files.
Mm-hmm. And for those who were asking a question earlier about Andy, now that we have him here, hey, bro, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's
and
good.
I have that file. If I need to put a link to it or something, just tell me where.
If you want to just send it to my Telegram messages right now, I can forward it straight to the main channel.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will send the link. It's 100 pages long, so it's on a Google Drive. But I will send a link to that to your messages right now.
All right, dope. Now I just have a question for you. When is the last time I talked to you? Me.
The last time you talked to me was about December 10th of 23 or 24 or something like that.
We were leaving a Colorado event together.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And at that time, when we left that Colorado event together, you were sitting, we have a picture of you, actually, with another man that Tanya is accusing falsely of very vulgar things. His name is Jared James. They are
Yes.
accusing him of some very vulgar stuff as well. But we have a picture of you and Jared James with Christine General, or otherwise known as Christine Greer, that was giving this information over to Tanya and started this false narrative. And I'm trying to find it right now because we're going to post it.
Yeah, I just sent you the Google Drive link to your messages.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Can you stick around for a little bit, because I know some people have questions for you and for us.
Yep, I will stick around. I'm going to mute out, but I will still be here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so
Nanya,
much.
are you here?
Yeah,
You got any questions for Andy for the first time?
Now, Tanya, are you here? Do you have any questions for Andy for the first
You
time?
might have should have did that from the get, but that wasn't what it was about.
No, it wasn't. It was never about that. You know those women that make false accusations on men? Those women who falsely accuse a man of touching them or assaulting them, and that man loses their livelihood, they lose their life, they lose friends and family, they lose pieces of their reputation that existed before somebody placed a lie on them. These are those women. I'm gonna tell you what Christine Greer's issue was. Let me tell you what her issue was. I'll tell you. My dad is actually here to tell you too. Dad, let me see where my dad is. I don't think Jared is here tonight to join us, but I'm pretty sure if we came back on, he would probably be here if we could get a hold of. The man is a working man. And doesn't have time to do this all the time. Neither does Andy. Neither does my dad. But there are some men who were falsely accused of doing some very vulgar things, including Miracle Sims. They tried to go after her husband as well. They went after my uncle, which is otherwise known as Mr. Nick Fury. They went after, what other man did they go after? And again, this was never, Scott, a man named Scott, okay, which was a roommate of ours way back
Well,
when.
not really. I
He
would
would-
call it a roommate.
I would-
He rented a room.
Yeah.
Him and his family rented a room because they were homeless,
Mhm.
or about to be homeless. And we had a big house. I think the address was 5908 Robinson Avenue.
No, it was 2779 Laramie Road.
That's right when we were moving to the bigger
Oh,
house.
okay.
So it's 5908 Robinson Avenue. It was a 5-bedroom house. It was just Allie, myself, and one of my grown, I call her my foster daughter. So we had extra room, and they rented a room for a short time because they were about to be homeless.
Okay. So this man, random stranger, said, "Hey, I make these little content creating videos, and I'm making a hair video around the town in Riverside, California. And y'all see my hair, right? Okay. So I want you to know, I feel like the bigger the hair, the closer to heaven. Not the other phrase that I used to be. You know what I'm saying? So my hair gets big sometimes. When I want to, my hair is big. Sometimes I'm just walking hair. All right. And at the time, I used to do my hair really big. I'm also a hairstylist. So I had big hair, and he's like, "Hey, would you like to be in what he called a nappy video?" It was a twist on the song Happy. A spoof by Pharrell Williams, because I'm happy. That song,
Kind of like a Weird Al Yankovic
yeah,
spoof.
it went kind of Minions-y spoof because I'm nappy. All right, he asked me to be in that video. I was like, yeah. That was as much of a communication that we had ever.
It was low budget.
Ever.
No money transferred hands
No.
for anybody.
The footage is so grainy, I think the man took it on his Nokia flip phone. Like, it's so grainy. The man was just bored. So I did the video with him. Somebody found that video years later and decides to go after him. Well, not somebody, Tanya. Tanya finds that video and decides to go after him, and then she incites other females to do it. Now let's go back to Andy and Christine Greer. What happened with Christine? This woman, like I said, I have a picture of her sitting. We have.
Let me find it.
We'll put that picture up. So this woman sat with on our side for a little bit. Her code name, some of you knew her under the code name on the here. So if you go to Telegram right now, you'll see admin, and you'll see admin like Han Solo, Nick Fury, Wonder Woman, Princess Leia.
So we gave people code names for their protection from people like Tanya.
Yes.
That was the whole. Everybody that you hear has
Ain't that some
code
shit?
name
That's
was
exactly why.
to protect them because they stood with us and because they helped us
Mhm.
to protect their children. So we gave them a code name so people like Tanya
Mm-hmm.
couldn't do
And
to
Nanya.
them. Smear
And
campaign.
Kristen Kewen, we're gonna put up her information. Sherry A. Shear, otherwise known as Sass Beats, and so much more. We're gonna put up those up in just a second too. But we gave everybody code names. Now those code names stuck with me because I told you in the last live that I did that I'm very protective. I love so hard. So even if I can't protect, I'm gonna try. Even if you're trying to protect me, I'm trying to protect you. Like, this is just the way that I work because the way that I was raised and the way that I grew up in situations where I couldn't protect anybody else, okay? So when we first met people, and we're talking to you in the sea of our enemies right now. We have so many enemies sitting here, I can even feel them close, all right? So we're talking to some of you that get it, that are trying their best. Like, I don't understand why we have to do this over children. Why do we have to discuss these type of things when we're talking about children? When are we going to get to the stuff about the children? No, I got to discuss these little things with you first, okay? So we gave somebody a code name that stuck. There is my female security that I'm sure some people have tried, and they have tried her a lot. Police officers pulled her over multiple times. I don't know if she's on here tonight, but her name is Elastigirl. She was the woman standing right next to me in Texas. She was my female bodyguard. That is our sister. She is one of the women who, when we were pulled over non-stop in a state, we randomly called her in the middle of the night. She showed up and never stopped. She has kids. She has grandbabies. She has fur babies. She has a life to live. She has a job. She has so many things that she has to do. But what I've seen from her is she will stretch herself thin to make sure that she helps anybody that she can, including us. She was going through her own war when we rung her phone in the middle of the night in 2022. And still to this day, she stood by our side, and that woman was willing to take a bullet for us when somebody told us there was possibly a sniper in front of us. She didn't move. What she did was she had a Jesus in her pocket, and when I told her no, she said, okay. And she put the Jesus in my pocket, and she prayed over me, and then leaned in closer, knowing that if somebody would have hit me, they would have hit her too. So if I would have gave her name in the very beginning, you wouldn't know. You would know who she is. As far as that, you would know her as somebody who they tried to paint a picture to be, like Tanya. So Christine, we codenamed her Emma Frost, and her husband, or her boyfriend, Mike, we codenamed him Cyclops. Some names fit, some names just went, some names we were running out of code names because we were just, there's so many of y'all. But we gave them that code name, and then there was another woman that we gave a code name. Her name is Bettina Parsons, and we gave her the code name Dr. Quinn. Okay, is anybody familiar with those code names? Did you remember those? Did you see those around on our profiles? Now they sat with us. Now these two women sat on Andy Rivas's case with his kids. They actually have reports that they gave it. Now, what I noticed was when the smear campaign started and I started seeing some red flags from these two women, there were multiple things that came up, and it had something to do with my dad. That's where my dad is about to come in, because they made up all these things about him, so my dad can come and speak for himself. I think it's time for you to hear from my dad. But what happened was, let me make sure that you can hear this clearly because I've been waiting to do this for a minute. Christine was upset that my dad wanted to adopt me. And Christine had issues with her own family and her own biological issues. Her father left her as a kid. He married another family, and I don't know what all happened, but from my understanding and from what she told and texted my mom, she had texted my mom that her father left her, so she had an issue with my father deciding to adopt me. My dad has another daughter. Nobody asked, did they? My dad has a daughter. She's a few years away from me. Now, because of that, when my dad and I were talking about the adoption and like, wow, we'll actually go through with this, Christine and Matina got jealous. Matina got jealous because she wanted to have a sexual relationship with my father, but she was married. From my understanding, she's still married. She never got a divorce. And this was not her first time trying to cheat on her husband or cheating on her husband. So when I found out, I didn't know there were red flags. There was so much going on. We go through a lot of hell. All I knew was that they were in a chat together. We were all in a chat together. And Christine started getting upset saying, well, how can Hawkeye, is my dad's code name, how can Hawkeye just adopt Allie? What about his daughter? What about what she thinks? That wasn't her business, but she felt like it was. And she felt like it was because she was projecting. She was projecting how her father left her. So what I didn't know was me and my dad started knocking heads, just arguing. Something was weird. I didn't know that Christine was going to him and saying that I didn't want him to adopt me. And she was coming to me saying that my dad didn't want me. Me and my dad didn't communicate this. There was some witchcraft going on. This is how rumors, gang stalking, gaslighting, this is how toxicity exists. This is how relationships are broken up. This is how friendships are broken. This is how bonds are broken. This is how trust is broken. But this is not a new thing for survivors. So listen to this. And I know it's not a new thing for you. This woman was going to each of us saying something that didn't exist. So me and my dad started clashing. If I have nightmares in the middle of the night and it is 3 o'clock in the morning and my dad may be 9 states away, it doesn't matter. He will get up, he will sit in his chair, and he will sit on the phone with me until I fall back asleep. I cry my eyes out, or he talks to me, or if I need to come out of the nightmare, or whatever I need to do. If I need to yell, if I need to scream, if I need to whatever, my dad will sit on the phone with me. Same thing my mom would do. Same thing so many heroes have done. So Christine, what gave me the red flag was she had texted my dad and told my dad, is that really what you want to do for the rest of your life? If you adopt her, is that really what you want to do? I'm like, it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. This is my mom's life. This is my life. It's nothing that's changed. What is she talking about? Then I noticed red flags and I was like, what is that? It started getting so bad that she came to me and I don't think he wants to sit up with you late at night like that. Like, that's a lot for him. He has to go to work in the morning. I know he has to go to, he knows he has to go to, that's what we talked about. What are you doing? Then it started getting into my head to the point I went to my dad and said, if you don't want me, it's okay. You are like a father figure to me. That can remain. It doesn't need to be labeled. It doesn't need paperwork. It doesn't need anything. And if you don't want me, if I'm a burden, if I'm calling you in the middle of the night and it's too much for you, if sitting up with me when I had a nightmare is too much for you, if that is making you not want me, I do not want another situation where another man looks me dead in my eyes and says, I don't want to have anything to do with you, or ignores me just because. I don't want that situation again. So then that's when we started talking, and he's like, where did you get that from? Because I've never said I didn't want you. I will always be here. I don't give a shit if I gotta get up in the middle of the night on a Tuesday and I gotta be at work at 30 minutes. So what? I'll stay on the phone with you and I'm gonna go to work and I'll get there when I get there. That's when I noticed there were red flags. And that's when I started comparing messages. And I told my dad. My dad told me what he was getting and I was like, oh, why is that coming from somebody that sits so close to us? How is that existing right? This is the same woman who was telling us, I'll be there for you. I have so many messages from this woman that was like, I will be here. They sat on Andy Revis's court. Like I said, there's a picture of it. Is it already put in the chat?
I don't know if they can.
If you can hand that over to the admin. She was the photographer on the Colorado event. We didn't get to run a background check on this woman.
okay, so hold sidebar. We didn't run background checks on anybody. At the events, we ask for ID so we can see who's going to be there and if they match their ID, and we ask for their social media. So that whole narrative, we're an advocacy and we're saving kids and running background, it's bullshit. Everything is bullshit. It was a grain of truth to an ocean of bullshit. The whole smear campaign.
So, with all that, I started noticing she started pushing that narrative because I hadn't talked to Andy, like he just said, since December of that Colorado event. I had turned the chat off, and then I had turned it back on, and Christine and Martina were still in that chat room. Then I noticed Christine going and making messages, almost creating the narrative so I could see that she wanted to detach herself from it. Like she was prepping the rumor that was being made about him. Telling people, can you believe that we sat on that court case with him? Yeah, everybody know. Yeah, we did. Can you believe those court papers? I can't believe I sat on the case with him. I can't. That's old news. That's not anything new. I noticed that she was trying to detach herself from the situation because it seems like her and Tanya were plotting for a while. This woman, all we did was cut ties. When I noticed that what she was doing with me and my dad, all we did was cut ties. I turned off the chat. The last message I sent her, I can show you the screenshot. I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't have the time to sort it out. We too exhausted for this. At one point, I even called her auntie. Thought that we were cool. And I'm just praying for everyone. Okay. P-R-E-Y is what I should have realized. It wasn't P-R-A-Y. Right away, once we just cut ties, we didn't say anything. We just backed up. We said, God bless you. We love you. We'll see you when we see you. I don't have time to do this right now. Shut the chat off. Not even 48 hours later, she runs over to Tanya and Le Crotch Goblin and Stefan. She's paying Le Crotch Goblin money for pizza and for attorney fees and to make missing reports about me. Martina's doing in this is Martina and Christine were friends. Martina was cheating on her husband multiple times. Martina Parsons tried to get with my dad. When I found out, my dad tells me, he tells me a lot, he is a single man. He has been a single man. And I want my dad happy if that's the case. But we're talking about human trafficking, and I didn't want that in a chat room. And at the time I knew, she didn't tell my dad, but I knew that she was married. And I said, I don't agree with that. Why? Because I used to be a stripper in those brothels and in those strip clubs where men are coming to the brothels and the clubs and they're saying that my wife don't touch me the same. She don't treat me the same. She don't love me the same. And then they're cheating on their wives. And then the wife finds out that they're cheating. And then because they can't do anything about their husband's new likes and dislikes, they come to the club with them so they can spice up their marriage. And then guess whose fault it is that they're cheating? It becomes mine. So that's why I don't agree. Mom is going to tell her side because we're not just woman hating. We're not just like, no, you can't be in a relationship. We don't care. My mom comes from a divorce background, and so she don't agree with that.
No, there's no reason for cheating. If you don't want to be in the marriage, leave. Get a divorce. Simple. There's no reason for doing that, and I have zero tolerance for any of that bullshit.
So, we backed up from Martina. She texted me, and I still have the text message. Me and your dad are in love. Man, I rolled my eyes and said, uh-huh. Okay. I said, aren't you married? And she, yeah, okay. Well, why don't you leave my chat room until you get, and you work out that divorce, and if you and my dad are going to do something together, then okay, that's, all right, cool. But I don't agree with that in my chat room because when your husband finds out that you've been emotionally having an affair and planning, she lives in West Virginia. My dad lives in the state of California. They had never talked on They had never video called. They had been texting. They had never seen each other. But all of a sudden, I love him. We're in love. And we're going to build a life together. I telling my dad, like, well, watch that witch. Something's not right. I was cool with her. I didn't have any issues, but I was like, that I have an issue with. When she noticed I had an issue and I said, get out of my chat, she hurried up and never mind. Me and your dad are done. We're not doing anything. We're not going to even have this conversation. I'm actually going to get a divorce. I'm going to go live with my friend. I haven't even slept in the same room with him for years. I don't know what you know what? I'm just going to work it out. Okay. A few months go by. I noticed that didn't get worked out, but I noticed that she flew out to California. She just ran out to California to see my dad, and I had happened to be in the state when she was there. Not at one point did she want to come meet me. Not at one point did she want to come meet any of the California angels that I had been around. It's like she rushed to California to meet my dad.
Well, when you understand the patterns of satanic ritual abuse, MK Ultra, the gaslighting, the gang stalking, how they send people to infiltrate the survivors, you see those red flags are just flying.
Then, when it didn't work out, because not only did she meet my dad, she met his other daughter. And his other daughter didn't like her. She was like, Dad, same thing I told him, something's not right. So my dad said, that's both my daughters now. This ain't gonna work out. Not at all. Right? So she hurries back to West Virginia and then claims that my dad abused her.
She ran straight to Christine's
Straight to Christine's house in South Carolina.
Yeah, she jumped in. So
yeah, Jesus.
I
Get away from
when I'm very careful where we go and what we do with the kids, with Allie and the altars, because in witchcraft they can trigger so much by just a touch. They can put spells, they can put love spells, they can do a lot. So for Matina, we were in her area 3 times, and she sat close, and usually the people that sit close to us, we try to go meet them face to face. And we've done that with everybody. We hadn't met her. We'd met Christine because they came to an event several times. But we had met Matina, and it was about a 10 or 12 hour drive. I said, you know what, we're kind of in the area. We'll come meet you. She had an excuse. Not that we anybody special, because we're not, but I'm like, that's kind of odd, because most people that are helping us and sitting with us, we want to say, hey, just give you a hug, can we take you to lunch, something like that. Happened again, second time, another excuse. Third time, I was like, we're going to be in your area, we can come by, just tell us, any day you're free, we can take you to lunch, we can meet you somewhere for lunch. Another excuse. So that was the nail in the coffin for me. I'm like, something's not right. Some of the admin had been telling me for a good 6 to 8 months, something's not right. We couldn't put our finger on it. So a lot of y'all don't know how I get down, but I don't do drama. Like, if there's a hint of drama from anybody, it's like nails down to the chalkboard for me, and I just can't with the fucking drama. So we got to the point where they kept coming to me and saying, hey, something's not right, this is going on. I said, pull the whole thing down, shut it down, we're backing up. As soon as we did that, they booked it right over to the enemy. So I believe they were placed based on all the patterns that I saw, based on the way things turned out. If you're in the fight for the kids, and you're legitimately in the fight for the kids, you don't go straight to the enemy. You don't go straight to the enemy's camp and set up shop. So that told me that they were probably placed there to gather information, because that's just how that works for survivors. So many people say, well, why don't you tell, and why don't you do this, and you should do that, and you should do this. They don't understand how boxed in they make things for survivors, how infiltrated survivors are. There's no survivor on the face of this earth that doesn't have somebody watching them right now. And I hand to God, I'm still under oath, every survivor on the face of this earth, every MK Ultra survivor has somebody, at least one person, but probably 2 or 3 that are watching them 24/7. That's just how it works, and that's the reason we move the way we do. So there's that.
So another thing, like my mom just said, so Christine, I have a question for Christine because I'm sure she's going to see this. I'm sure somebody's going to take this right back to her. And with all the evil that she's done on that platform, I got a question. We backed up and we said nothing. We noticed something was off. That's all. Her issue then turned into Andy Rivas. Then it turned into supposed money.
Well, okay, so that was another huge red flag for me. So all this weirdness was going on, right, like on the wire when I asked the admin to just pull the whole room down and just we backing up from everybody because we deal with enough. I don't have time right now to sort people's shit out. And I'm not sorting out adult people's fucking drama. I'm just not. I'm trying to take care of my kid, and I have a mandate on me to speak on the MK Ultra and to do everything in my living power to protect every child. I don't have time for fucking women, adult women's drama, and I'm not doing it. And 100% of the time, I will just cut ties and back the fuck up. I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's my mother. I don't care if it's my grandmother. I don't care if it's my father. I will cut ties from anybody to protect my kid and to protect the other kids that don't have anybody standing for them. So, right around that time, like a day before I was about to pull the whole room, Christine starts running to everybody in a panic, almost a panic to the degree of if the ship was sinking. She was freaked the fuck out that everybody was going to know about Andy Rivas and she was going to go down with the ship, essentially. I don't have her exact wording, but she was running from everybody in the admin room, from person to person, hey, trying to warn them, essentially, that the ship was going to go down, and if they didn't jump ship, they were going to go down and be linked to Andy Rivas. So, fast forward several months up the road, and now we've got a smear campaign going, and it's rooted in Andy Rivas. So you won't convince me that they didn't use the whole Andy Rivas thing as and put a spell on that to get in people's heads regarding this smear campaign to take us down. It had nothing to do with Andy. It had nothing to do with Wolverine. It had nothing to do with anybody else. They were trying to character assassinate us, and that was the only means they had to do it.
Jennifer Hines put some humor in here, and because it's, it's heavy, so I just wanted to, me, I have to. Jennifer Hines said, did Dad know they were in love? I'm sorry, let me get that off the screen. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. You look what you did, Jen, because it was funny, and I was like, should I? I had to. I just wanted to make sure, because I don't, Erica said facts. I'm sorry. I didn't. Listen, it's childish, right? It's childish. But here's the thing. What I want you to get from everything that we just told you, I just posted their pictures, by the way, on Telegram. Let me know if you can see those. That is Christine and that is Martina. But the point is that these women sat very close to us, said all the right things. We didn't get to run a background check.
Yeah,
We didn't make up a narcissistic,
but what
crazy side story.
In all honesty, what's a background check gonna do?
Exactly. We don't know you. We don't know what you do behind closed doors. We know what you tell us. We know the reflection of your heart by how you act. And the way that they went booking it over to to the smear campaign, you know, we should have ran a full background check because those were the two people that we needed to be worried about the most this entire time. That's what I mean by everyday Epsteins, everyday Ghislaine Maxwell's. These are your everyday Ghislaine Maxwell's. Now, I want you to think though, all of the smear campaign is made up of 50 to 70-year-old women. A lot of 50 to 70-year-old women. A lot of them, which is throwing me because the smear campaign started and it was about 90% black people. Because I said, here, kitty, kitty, and about 90% black people attacked us. Okay? Then this side of the smear campaign started, and that 90% when I first said, here, kitty, kitty, was men. It was Marquisio Watson. It was Stephon Spencer. It was a guy named King Payne. It was these two men that sat on a podcast together. It was a lot of black men. Okay? Then this side of the smear campaign started, and it's a lot of 50 to 80-year-old women, white women, that swear up and down they want the best for me. These are your everyday Ghislaine Maxwell's. The smear campaign that you've seen, Stephon Spencer, do you know how much? I want everybody to ask Stephon Spencer, how much money did he make off of my name? Because I know that between all of these platforms, they made over $500,000. Do you know how much it is for people to argue on the internet? Do you know how much money that makes in views? A lot. That's why people do it. That TPUSA event that went down, that debate that happened, they were paid thousands of dollars for that. That's why when people are like, so on 9/11, you're going to say names, we're going to contact this person, contact them for what? Another interview? Because that's money. For who? For them. We're still struggling. Nobody gave that money to us. We don't have that money. We're not asking for money to tell you everything that we're sitting here telling you right now. And all of our content people are using because they know that we're telling you the truth, and it makes views on their platforms and it makes money.
So the smear campaign is nothing new. Survivors go through this type of stuff all the time. Had we not stayed still, had we jumped up and pushed back and bucked back, it would have been a tit for tat. Mm-hmm. And you guys would have sided up, and that would have been the end of it.
And people would have ate that up on social media because it's something to watch.
Yeah, Team Alley or Team Smear campaign. But because we stayed silent, which was not easy at all. Mm. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it. Mm. But because we stayed silent and let it play out and just gathered information, thank you to the heroes that sat in the evil of it and gathered the screenshots and gathered the threats on our behalf. We owe you a debt. But because we did that, now we can show you how that works for a survivor. So hopefully it won't happen again to other survivors. You guys can spot the red flags. That was the whole point of it.
Well, that smear campaign, that character assassin, it's going to be a great teaching tool one day. Yeah. When we get on the other side of this, we have so much of it that I feel like it would be great to show people, like, look at, you could read it between the lines here. It's kind of the same as many people see false flags with those shootings, those school shootings.
You can decipher it like immediately.
Real quick.
There's enough material
so many
for the
patterns.
last year of what they did that you can sort that out.
You'd be like, oh wait, this person is related to who, and that person was a crisis actor in another shooting, and oh they team up with this person that's in the elite that has some dirt that, oh, what does it do? All roads lead right back to trafficking. So there's some money laundering, trafficking, organ harvest, all of it. They all just wrap up into a bundle and a bow. And then we just supposed to believe that it was a trans lives matter activist that went rogue, or it was somebody who had a disagreement, and the next thing you know, they killed themselves, and it comes out that they didn't want to do it, MK Ultra trigger. But you can read between those patterns. The next heart storm that starts, you're going to be able to see how come we're panic shopping now, but we're not panic shopping for the same type of storm before, because it's on the news. So the propaganda is telling everybody to go panic shopping. You can look between the lines and see the false flag, right?
In psychology, there's a thing that's called confirmation bias. Tanya never had any intention of being a investigative journalist, of getting to the truth, of presenting the truth, of helping the children. She was using confirmation bias to pull things to fit the narrative, because they wanted to paint a narrative that I was Allie's predator and kidnapper. Then they had to pull the fact that Andy Rivas was arrested on fake charges. They had to pull anything that they could match to fit their narrative, to expand their narrative, to help you lead you down a path that they wanted you to go. I think Tanya a few days ago posted up a article about a dance teacher. It was a female white dance teacher. She was probably maybe 20s, 30s, about her molesting her students. That's confirmation bias. She posted that up, and now that leads you to infer that Allie molests her students too. That's confirmation bias. She's picking cherry. They call it the slang term for it is cherry picking. So she will look through things, look through news reports to pull things that she can kind of lead you down and guide you down a path that she wants you to go to believe the narrative that she's creating.
But if you notice, not at one point will they lead you to action. It's the same with all these other platforms that have some type of information on it, but they don't lead you to action. They want to talk about it. So if something happened with Oprah right now, they're going to bring up all the information about Oprah schools and how bad Oprah was and how you can see the evil through Oprah, and you can see all of that with Oprah. But when it comes to somebody saying, okay, so what the hell are we going to do to bring Oprah down, to bring the things to justice, they're like, oh, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that, but we'll talk about the trauma. We won't talk about that.
If somebody was so inclined, you could go back over since January of 2025 and count how many hours were spent on podcast and podcast and podcast and podcast that were participating in this smear campaign. Add that up, and then you tell me anybody on the face of this earth that is going to do all of that for free, that's not being paid to a stranger. We've never spoke to Tanya. We've never spoke to anybody. We've never spoke to Great Lies. We've never spoke to anybody on that smear campaign. So yeah, be careful when you see things pop off about people, because being on this side of it, it slowed my role essentially on what I jumped to believe about other people. Now I've got to give it a beat and look at things and reassess things, because it's easy to lead people to a smear campaign or to a narrative if you want them to believe it.
Another thing. Another thing with this smear campaign. A lot of people that do really evil think that the internet is not forever. I think they forgot. I think some of you forgot. I see. If anybody wants to still ask questions about Andy Rivas, please go ahead and raise your hand now on Telegram. If you want to ask questions about anything that we just discussed, we're going to move on to the next portion of this Q&A. But you see me trying to pick my words wisely.
If you're going to believe something that damaging and that damning about somebody, you need to hear both sides. For everybody. That doesn't just go for this situation. That goes for everyone.
That's what I had. There is somebody who made the comment. The account, the Ronnie account, the Stefan account, everybody's account was up because they wanted the best for me. That's what somebody named Aaron said on a live the other day. She said they were covering you because they want the best for you. So if I choose that the best for you guys, what I feel like is in your best interest is if an authority, if any type of verifiable authority can give us a call, we would love to press charges. I think a lot of people are feeling the same way, including Andy Rivas, my dad, my auntie, Bionic Woman, my uncle Nick Fury. I think my tia.
Well, it would also be a win for every survivor that's been through this, that didn't have support, that is on their own, that's trying to tell the truth and speak out. Can you imagine what would happen if I wasn't here to cover Allie? Can you imagine what would happen if the heroes weren't there to run interference for us in this smear campaign? It is not easy to stand in.
Because they incited so many people. We just ran into 3 people last night. I told you that. So they incited so many people, and they told them, if you see Allie and Shelly, grab her, she's been kidnapped. And then do what? And then what? And at 32 years old, I'm a grown woman, and I don't have to tell people I'm a grown woman so you know that I'm grown, right? That's another thing that's like saying that, it's bullshit. But I'm a grown woman. So what I choose to do as a grown woman, especially after I turned 18 years old, how is it your decision to pop up on a campaign, to pop up on a platform and decide what's best for me? Then to say, I needed to go back to LaRonda Outlaw after I have been screaming that this woman abused, did all these things, and used and all these vicious, horrible, vulgar things. Then it turns out that she was lying to all of you this entire time. So everybody that sat back and watched that whole smear campaign and thought they were telling the truth, she lost the case yesterday.
Yeah.
You understand that, right?
Great Lies doesn't believe she's such a truthful person anymore.
You know what I'm saying? So after all of that, now the narratives of, somebody had mentioned, well, in your Child Protective Services paperwork, it says that Shelly could never come near you. Yes, they did make a fake court order on my mom. And then in the same second they made that fake court order, they turned around and placed me legally as 17 and a half, and we posted that paperwork.
Well, I don't know if it was necessarily a court order.
It wasn't.
It was so CPS has control of the child. They go to court and say, this child needs to go to the dentist, this child needs to do this, she's going to have community passes, she can or cannot see her biological parents. If she sees them, it just makes the rules, essentially the ground rules. LaRonda Outlaw sat with a social worker named Etta Simpson, and they two together decided that I was a predator to Allie, because LaRonda, and I addressed a little bit of this in the book about the oaths and the contracts. The Outlaws were one trafficking ring, and CPS was another trafficking ring. CPS, if you go through and you see all the times that CPS couldn't pull Allie out of the house, even though they witnessed the abuse, it's because the Panthers had the oath and the contract over Allie. When Allie attempted suicide, she was taken to the hospital, and now that removed the oath and the covering of the Panthers and placed it on the hospital. LaRonda Outlaw was threatening the hospital to sue them if they didn't return her. The hospital was in a bind because if they let her go back and she died, then the hospital's going to get sued. If they opposed LaRonda Outlaw, she was threatening to sue. They chose to put Allie in CPS. The minute the hospital transferred Allie's care to CPS, that just removed the Outlaws and the Panthers covering and hold. So now CPS had the hold. Okay? So I was a monkey wrench in that. That's the reason I couldn't adopt Allie until she was an adult, because I was in the middle of this and it was just me. It was the Panthers versus CPS. They were tit for tatting over Allie's contract and her oath. LaRonda attempted to get me out of the way, and her and Etta Simpson decided that I was a predator. It's documented in the paperwork that I can't show you. I can show you exactly the day they did that. They sat there and they came up with it, and Etta put it in the paperwork how they determined that they had no evidence of that, but that was just their suspicion. So that's how that played out. But in the same second, CPS reversed that whole charge. So what that means to you is, if I was truly a threat and a danger to Allie, and CPS had control of Allie, they should have investigated me thoroughly. They should have reported me. They should have had me arrested. They should have investigated me. None of that happened. I have no record. For them to turn around and then place her with me contradicts everything that they just said. So either way, CPS should be held accountable for making horrible decisions and not being consistent. But that's what that is.
Okay. Now, I want a little tidbit. I remember, and we have a screen recording of Stefan Spencer saying this. Well, in the very beginning, people asked Stefan, when they were making all these false accusations, when they were telling people to come get me back, when they were telling people to call the police on my mom because she kidnapped me, and they were telling people to hurry up, make this report, call them right now. They had asked him, did you ask LaRonda Outlaw? Did you do your research? He said, I don't need to do any research. I talked to her. I don't need to do any research. I know what's going on. You'd be a fool to come for me because I know what's going on. I have that screen recording. Now, as of yesterday, that's not the same tune we're singing, is it? Is it? That changed. The truth usually ages well, doesn't it? So what happened to all of that? And if that's the case, and those narratives, that was the narratives. Those are the things that were made up. All those people that were sitting on the smear campaign, Bethany said that impression was smart on, wasn't it? You would be a fool to come for me. You'd be a fool. All of that. And all of these people that sat by gave this woman money. You paid her. She played you and you paid her. You paid her. You paid him. You paid Tanya. You paid Christine. You paid Martina. You paid everybody that played in your face. How you feel about that? You were played. How you feel about that? Honestly, how you feel about that? I have a question for you. How come you didn't see that one? There was so many signs. If you would have just taken a look at something as so simple and as so basic as LaRonda's name is LaRonda Rochelle Outlaw. My mother's name is Shelly Ray Carter. They were calling my mom Rochelle Hawks in the very beginning. That was the first basic.
If you can't even get the name, the basic
For
name.
fuck's sake. Someone said, I hope he feels as stupid as he looks. You know,
I don't think
he's
that bright enough.
No, I don't think he
understands. Gonna get it.
It's not connecting. It's a screw loose that's not connecting just yet. Because he was also, it's called coercion. Coercion. I can't say that word. Leave me alone. It's like Resdimisberer. Okay? Hate me? I don't care. But I can't say that word. There's things that I can and can't do. All right? That's one of them.
You're gonna own it?
I am going to own that shit. Coerce this. Okay? But the point was, is he told me he was never going to stop talking about us until I came on his platform.
That's coercion.
That is the definition of that word.
So you're gonna do that? So I want you to think that's bad enough of all that they did. If it was just me, that's bad enough. But to do this to a survivor, they should be the most hated people on the face of the earth.
Disgusting. Shameful. These are your everyday eBay store holders, photographer,
daycare teachers, owners.
This Tanya, she works at within a school district. She works for kind of like a financial aid basis. She makes financial aid
For teachers.
for teachers. Kind of does the paperwork and stuff for that.
I think she had ties to teaching. Or
Yeah, before that.
Teacher's instructional aid
Yes.
at one point. So she was the aide in your children's school.
Mm-hmm. And during the day, she's your aide at your school, and at night, when she gets off, first thing when she gets off, obsessive when she gets off, this is what she's doing. So, oh, and then one more thing. No, wait, just kidding. Cody said, it's okay, Ali, I can't say spaghetti. Thank you. It's all right. We good. We got this. I know what you're trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. As long as we can get it going together and move forward, I support you. Someone said, I have a question. Amy Logan said, what does Tanya get out of all of this? That is a great question. Money.
Well, yeah, money. In the MK world, they have, I believe, other MK survivors. So I think the end goal of MK Ultra, when they've completely programmed something to the fullest extent, is they become a narcissist. Don't have any proof of that, but that's just what I've been calculating in my head. I believe they, Ali has alters and whatnot. I believe they can pull alters to gang stalk, harass, threaten other survivors. That's the whole kind of point of it. You basically have people all across the world that you can trigger and control their mind. You can pull alters forward to go do whatever it is you need them to do. So there's that, and money, and I think she links to the daycare rings that Ali was attached to, because she's awful friendly with Monica Floyd
and
Karen.
Cynthia Campbell. You
And
remember
Cynthia
we talked
Campbell.
about Monica Floyd and Cynthia Campbell? Oh, they're a part of the smear campaign too. They all work together.
So write
Imagine
that down.
Imagine that, all the same age range and everything.
So write that down. When you ask questions about MK Ultra, there's usually 5 or 6 valid answers that go to every MK Ultra question. It's just different parts of the question, so it makes it hard to answer because it's such a big subject. Like if I asked you to tell me about a car, you might describe what the car looked like. If it was a car or a truck, you might describe the color, but you could also describe what it looked like on the inside. You could also describe how to drive it. You also could describe how to build it. You could also describe how the engineers make it. So there's a lot of answers to that. So MK Ultra is exactly like that. It makes it so hard to answer a simple question because it's such a broad thing.
Another thing, someone said, what does Tanya get out of all this? And somebody, it was a great answer. Another thing that my dad told me is she gets money. She gets to pretend to be someone else. She has very low self-esteem. Now, that is Fauci. If you look at everything that happened with Fauci got to be someone else. He was the person that everybody, he had the answers. Everybody was looking to him. Everybody wanted to hear from him. He was someone else. He had
Somebody
this.
idolized him.
Yes, he was idolized. He was when the new curfew came for an airborne disease. He's the one who showed up on your TVs talking about, hey, it's going to be okay. Just stay 6 feet apart and we'll start doing anal swabs. And everybody was like, oh, Fauci's here. Everything's going to be fine. Might have to do one of them anal swabs because the one stick that touched my brain, it wasn't enough for me to tell whether or not I have COVID. So this is the same verbatim.
Patterns.
There's so many patterns. There's narcissistic patterns. There's evil patterns. They all work the same. There's the same playbook, which is different names on them. Okay? We have done a lot in this category of the smear campaign. I'm sure we'll be back to more. But I want to go ahead and turn it over to questions. We're going to take like a quick break. And I want to show you something that I haven't been able to show you, which is a little snippet of my children's book. Who Do I Tell? And I also have a little song that goes with it that was made by Miracle Sims. I am a very simple person. Um, I love hard and I love life so much, even though we have hell dealing with it. And that was said to me last night. I walked into somewhere and someone said, "You look so at peace. You look so." I'm like, when I'm not screaming on the damn internet, trying to wake people up and shake them. Yeah, it's this. It's right here, and it's just trying to get through the day. Um, but I want to show you uh, a song that goes with it. We in 2022, I started asking people to paint rocks. As you know, I have dissociative identity disorder. It is DID, formerly known as BPD, borderline personality disorder. Not the same. Not the same. You can't go through the type of trauma that I've been through and then get on medications. There's no SSRI or a big pharma medication that can help with the amount of trauma that I've been through. You can't band-aid torture. You can't band-aid trauma and then expect that it's going to be suppressed every time you take a pill for 4 to 6 hours in between. There is no therapy session that can help with the amount of years that somebody messed with my brain. And on top of that, we have so many alters. There's some people that can go through therapy and that works for them. That's great. I'm glad that that works for you. But it doesn't work for me because I have so many alters, and trying to sit with one of my alters and then we switch. And you've already talked to about like 10 of us just in this time. Okay? And can you imagine trying to sit down with one of us and unpack something, and then we switch, and then you're trying to have therapy with the full room and then come back next week? That's not going to work. Okay? EMDR, that does not work for me. That works for some people, but it doesn't work for me. This right here creates a trigger tone. When I was tortured, there are trigger tones. They do that on purpose. So this will initiate a robotic response. So I don't do EMDR. I wrote a book. My 10-year-old alter wrote a book trying to speak directly to the children from a 10-year-old perspective. We have tried to tell people to put up fact sheets, print out posters, get outside, do a march, talk to someone, have a conversation, or paint a rock. Painting rocks has become a huge thing for me. Call me David, if you will. But that's my way of trying to also take down this giant. I've passed that on to everybody and said, hey, it's a great way to sit down with your kids and to paint a rock and create it, make a craft time with your kids. Have that conversation in a way that they can understand, and talk to them about if there's somebody that may hurt their mind, body, or heart, to see how you can help them get through that, grow through it, have the conversation about it, bring up those heavy subjects that's hard for a kid. And that's what my book is about. I wanted to talk directly to the kids. I wanted them to know that there is a way to talk about the heavy things. You can try to talk to your friends, you can try to talk to your animals, you can try to talk to your teachers, you can try to talk to someone, but you never stop trying to tell someone what happened to you. I don't care what happens. I don't care what somebody says. I don't care if they call you a liar. I don't care if they say that you made something up. I don't care if they say that you're too little, this is not a conversation for you. I don't care what they say. You never stop telling someone. And if I didn't, I wouldn't be sitting here today. So my book is called Who Do I Tell? And there is a little song and music video that goes to it that was created by the illustrator and one of my sister friends. We have a whole category about her that we're going to talk about too. Miss Miracle Sims, she is the illustrator on our book. And she did create this little video that we're going to watch together, as well as the song. And it's just something that we could share with the kids at the same time. We are talking about the children. So even though we're talking about all this drama, I need to turn it back around and do what we always do and bring it right back to the kids. So is there any questions for what we just talked about right now? We'll take a few questions and then we're going to take a little intermission, and I'm going to go pee. Any questions? Where's Nanya? Does Nanya still have that question?
I think none of you dipped.
Oh. Nanya? We got
didn't,
Nanya.
You didn't want the answer, you just wanted the drama?
Yeah. Where'd you go? Nanya? It was Nanya business, but you decided to make it that way. So, I mean, I just, come on back. You know?
Wait.
Anybody? Anybody vocal on Telegram that would like to ask a question? You can raise your hand. You can hit that blue button and it'll raise your hand. Telegram algorithm puts your hand back down. So if you have raised your hand before, that's not the admin. The Telegram algorithm will put your hand back down. Anybody on Telegram going once? Going twice? Going 3 times about all that? Okay. Going over here, we will take 3 questions about all of that, and then we're going to move on, take a quick break. I need to load this video. Oh, this is a great question. Sarah Vasquez said, how do we teach kids how to notice the unspoken red flags from predators out in the community, schools, daycares, stores, etc.? First of all, a big thing, don't just ask your kid, how was your day? Don't do that. When they get in the car after school, don't just ask them like a vague question, because you know when you ask your kid like, how was school? They're going to say, fine. That's all you're going to get. It's been a long day, and all you're going to get is, it was fine. If you ask your kids when they get out of school, how was class today? What happened in class today? They're going to tell you what happened on the playground today. It doesn't have to be a question that's like a threatening question. It's just what happened, not how was it, because they're going to say fine, versus if you say, what did you do on the playground today? What did you do at school? If you were at football practice, what did you do? Tell me about it, instead of just saying, was it okay? Because your kids will honestly automatically open up to talking to you, to tell you about a situation, versus just passing it off like, oh, it was good. Okay? And after that, when you listen to your kids, you'll be able to see how well your kid is observing things. If they tell you, at recess today, it was great, but this one teacher, she wasn't even walking around the playground. She was just standing there the whole time while me and so were playing. There you go. You just heard it. Your kid is now observing when somebody is just standing there watching them. Okay? Now you have an avenue, and you have an open door to teach your kids about weird people watching them. You have an avenue to tell them about, if you ever see somebody walking home behind you at school and you've noticed them all day, this is the time to call somebody. This is the time to take your earphones out if you're walking home from school, so you can hear around you and your surroundings. It's about meeting the kid where they're at, especially the age range, and seeing where they're at, because a lot of the kids see things in the schools that we don't, and you have no idea. The Epstein files that are going on, that's what really hurts me personally, because the Epstein files, the kids can read them. They have access to them just as much as the adults do. I know that in the state of California, they are planning to start putting the Epstein files within the school and discussing them, because they're getting a little bit out of hand and out of control. They are not asking for permission from the parents to discuss this. They are not telling the parents that they're going to discuss this. And the parents can barely take the information that's in those files. Okay, so I want you to think about what would happen if your kid came home and knew what was how someone explained to them, how someone explains sexual education, and what happened in the Epstein files versus the way you would explain it at home. they may be 6 or 7. They are talking about sex ed criteria for 7th grade students now is to talk about anal play and kink play and stuff in school. Do you want your child knowing all that if that's not even something that some adults know? Some very experienced adults know. So meeting your kids where they're at.
One of the ways that I do with the kids, it'll be like, tell me what was the best thing that happened today, and tell me the worst thing. So then you kind of got the range, and then you can kind of see where they're at that way. But don't just ask like, open-ended questions or closed-ended questions. Ask things that they have to explain, not just quick yes or no answer.
Bobby Joe, she said, I love using what made you smile today and what made you cringe today. Far
Perfect.
bigger answers. Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. And that's the thing too. A lot of people, we talk about the children, but people don't know how to talk to the children. And that should bother you with the advocates and stuff, that other people that are talking in regards to the children. If they're talking to you about the children, but if you don't, especially if they can't be around kids, your kids will tell you. Kids will tell you. A kid's energy towards an adult will never lie. The kids will know, they will tell you. But if they're not talking to the kids, they're just talking about them, they're also full of shit. How do y'all feel? Are you asking? Oh, Sandra. She said, how do y'all feel about putting small camera earrings on your children to go to school? There are some people that are putting air tags in children's shoes. They are putting air tags in kids' hair now. The fact that you can't trust to send your kid off to school and trust that one day you might not get them back is scary in itself. So I understand there's some people that can't consider homeschool. But I do know that there are some people who send their kids into doctor's appointments with, there's people that try to put kids under anesthesia and they don't let the parents in. And I'm talking kids under 9 years old. A lot of stuff happens.
I don't trust anybody.
A lot of stuff happens, and it don't even take 5 seconds. It don't even take 30 seconds. So much can happen to your child.
Especially with MK Ultra programming, they can, I don't know what other term to use, but bag them and tag them. They could sexually assault your child in just a few minutes, less than 5, less than 2, enough to cause a split that they can come back to later. So they could be abusing your child without you being aware of it. And without the child being aware of it necessarily. So there's just a lot. Don't let your kids out of your sight.
Amy said, we are starting homeschooling this year because my youngest, who is 15 years old, can't deal with the sick stuff his friends talk about. Some of his friends have asked for nakedness pics of the girls and then they sell them. Yes. There are kids at school now that will ask for feet pictures, naked pictures, nudes, spicy pictures as they call them, and then they sell them on Twitch, OnlyFans, and stuff like that.
What needs to be considered is the kids that are doing that are the kids that are coming from abusive homes, satanic ritual abuse.
Who thinks of that?
That's not normal. So when that's happening, their parents are probably predators. That's how that works. Yeah.
Kids move by examples. Where'd they get it from? Bethany said those perverse spirits are running rampant among the youth. Oh.
Yes. There needs to be a turn back towards righteousness.
Is there any more questions on Telegram that anybody wants to vocally ask? You got. a minute, 60 seconds on the mic, and your mic will mute after that. Anybody? Victoria Morin, I see your hand. We're going to take this question and then we're going to wrap it up for a little quick intermission so everybody can go to the bathroom, get some snacks, and come back because we got more. All right, Victoria, your mic is unmuted. You have 60 seconds, and then after that, your mic will mute, but it is on now. If you tap it from blue, it'll turn green, and it is on.
Thank you so much for
Hi.
taking my question. Yeah, bless you both so much.
God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you both. Wow. I just wanted to ask, I know you all have been super busy, but I've been really appreciating your mama's videos on YouTube describing everything and that you all have been through. And I know that you had mentioned that you might do a video about the church, and I think that could be very helpful for those of us that are Christians and helping to, help all of these survivors, So I was just curious if that was going to happen soon or just curious about like anything you can share right now that could be supportive for us as Christians to support survivors that are coming to the church.
That's perfect. That is a perfect question. Thank you so much for asking that, and thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
The church topic is such a huge topic. I've kind of been pushing it back because it's going to take me a minute. I will shoot to get something ready, maybe about the middle of October. For that, the church topic is huge. It doesn't matter what denomination you are, the church topic is just huge. But the church does a lot of damage to survivors. There's one survivor that has gone to the church repeatedly for help. The church, Pentecostal Christian church, they try to do deliverance, and that is a topic we're really going to touch on when I get to that. But they don't understand about DID, so they're trying to cast demons out of the survivors, and a lot of times they're dealing with altars and they don't know the difference. You can't cast an altar because that's part of your soul, your psyche. You can't cast that out. So by the church doing that, they're heaping more trauma onto the survivor because they don't know. And then when it doesn't work, when the survivor's not helped because they think we're going to cast the demon out and then the survivor's going to be fine. When that doesn't happen, then they heap more guilt on the survivor. Well, you're not trying, or you didn't ask forgiveness, or you didn't do this, or you didn't do that. So the church is really missing the mark, and I don't know if that's just out of ignorance or if that's by design because people are placed there to harm the survivors. But there's a lot that we need to discuss about that from a Christian perspective. Just be the reflection of Jesus Christ. When Allie came, she was almost past the point of no return. Probably if she hadn't came with me within a couple months, she probably would have been past the point of no return regarding her spiritual soul. I knew about casting out demons, knew a little bit about DID. I wasn't making that distinction that you can't cast out part of the psyche. So it took me a minute. But when we would go to church, that was my go-to. She's having a hard time, and we're just going to go to church, and that fixes everything. That didn't fix anything. The pews were in, how on the back of the pews they have the songbooks and they'll have a Bible. She was in such bad shape spiritually that when we would sit in church, she was antsy. She couldn't, and she wouldn't sit back because it put her closer to the Bible. Like, she was in bad shape. I don't know how to stress that enough. She had been abused in the church. She had been buried alive. she'd been married to Satan on the altar in the churches after hours. Bible verses for many survivors are used in a backwards way. So we can't just pray for survivors. We can't just quote scripture to them. We can't just hand them a Bible. All of our tools that we have as Christians don't work for survivors, and that's by design. It got to the point where it's like, God, what am I going to do with this kid? I can't talk to her about you because she shuts down. I can't just read Bible verses to her. That's not going to work. It makes things worse. My only my only tool that I had was to be a reflection of Jesus Christ and love her unconditionally. That was all that I had, and in hindsight, that was all that I needed. I didn't need to drag her into the church. I didn't need to, thump her on the head with the Bible. I didn't need to try to get her to memorize scripture. I just had to be that reflection. And it took a while, and here we are, but I think so many things need to be reassessed. How we deal with survivors in the church, the field of psychology, what CPS is actually doing. Like, everything needs to be redone and reformatted in a better way, because we're really missing the mark as humans.
A lot of the when I was working in the strip clubs as a minor, people from the church would come out with little sandwich bags. They would bring condoms, they would bring clean needles, they would bring washcloths, they would bring just little stuff sometimes. And they would dangle it with a little book. I remember they would come to the clubs dressed in church clothes. They would come with their Bibles, and they would come out there and basically, I'll exchange you this baggie of condoms and tampons and some stuff that you might need for you to take this Bible from me, because if you don't, you're going to hell. Now, for me personally, I was not an adult that chose to be there. There were some girls who chose to be there. That was not me. I was forced to be there. And there were a lot of church people coming out saying that I was going to hell because somebody was forcing me to be there. Right away, that's where we fail. Right away. You're walking into Satan's den himself, telling people that they're going to go to hell. This is why there's so many people that are absolutely pissed and hurt by the church, and then they blame it on God. It ain't God's fault that the people are painful. It's not God's fault that the people don't know any better, even though they're reading from his word. That is not his fault. That's like you blaming me for Trump's actions and the fact that FBI is not calling us back when we're trying our best to hammer them down and get their attention. That's like everybody blaming me that there's no arrest right now, but I'm telling you what's going on, and I'm trying my best to expose it and push it and ask you for help, but you're mad at me that it's not happening. That's not God's fault. People like that is where we have an issue. Yeah, the church topic is a whole thing.
Yeah, I'll get working on that. We have one more address to Congress that I'm working on, and lots of FBI reports I've been working on. But I will, the church part is the next part to come up in that series, so I will get on that. It's much needed.
Yes. I am actually trying to download this video to show you guys this
It's really cute.
little music video. But it's taking forever to download. I don't know how to get it to send over. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else have any questions? Well, that was our. We said that was gonna be our last one for our intermission, right? But the church is conducting programming and has been programmed to be cultural Christianity. There is no power in cultural Christianity. That was the point. People hate
Yes.
Christianity but don't know Christ.
Yes.
Yes,
That's
Bethany.
the difference between organized religion and relationship with Jesus. There are a lot of things in our society that are rooted in MK Ultra. The Black Panthers being one of them. Most of the people that you will find as a Black Panther are MK Ultra slaves. They don't know that, but that's just how it works. So there's a lot of things like that, Antifa, like where everybody's always like, well, how did they just know to pop up? Oh, it was just yesterday and everybody's popped up and they got signs. Well, because they're triggering people's programming and sending them to go do things. That's kind of how that works.
Oh, I found it. Okay. Pause. If y'all want to go ahead and grab some snacks, and we will reopen this chat with Allison's question. I got a twin. Hey, twin. Allison Carmichael says, Allie, do you feel like your alters experience a more multifaceted relationship with Jesus coming from different pieces of your mind? Or do you feel like it's your one same spirit showing up for all? Praying for you, thanking God for your willingness and obedience to let him use your anointing no matter the personal cost. Shelly, your voice and influence roars. We love you. We love you too. We're going to answer this when we come back. For right now, I'm going to shut the mic off and the camera off for a minute. And in just a second, that video will play and give us about like 10 minutes and we'll be back, if anything. Okay? All right. Love y'all. Hey, we back. So I want to show you this video from Who Do I Tell? Give you a little lightheartedness to.
So I want to show.
Give you a little lightheartedness to what we're talking about. My dad is in my book, and there's something that I talk about as well, being a black girl with 2 adopted white parents. I know some people just don't get it. That the black people that had me failed to do what they were supposed to do. And then my mom, yes, I know she's white. I don't know if you knew, but she did you know that?
I did not.
Oh man, you are white. She didn't know. My dad's a white man. I love that white man, and I and I love my family. That is a rainbow, of course. I have white, black, Mexican, all kinds of family. But that's what my book is about, is coming together with my family, and it's pieces of everything that's already happened, including my adoption birthday. But the biggest message is to paint a rock and share a message with the child that needs it, and somebody that might be Teller's age from the book. So thank you to my sister friend, Ms. Miracle Sims, for making this video. Shout out to her amazing talents. That woman is a creation machine. She
Brilliant.
never stops. And I can't wait. We are having a worldwide birthday party for her on the 29th. And what I want to do is, because I might not be able to be with my sister friend physically for her birthday this year, I wanted to do 40 reasons why I love that woman. So if you wanted to join me for that on the 29th, that is her birthday, and we are going to be showing a lot of amazing creations by Miss Miracle Sims, and this is one of them. So thanks for watching.
Hey, hey, come on everybody. Let's paint the world with love. Yeah, yeah. Paint a rock, share some hope. You never know who's needing it, so let it go, let it go. Be brave, be brave, be brave, be brave. Stand tall, stand tall. When a friend needs help, we answer the call. Whoa. Love is what we do. Whoa, I'm counting on you. I got a paintbrush, got a message too. Little acts of kindness can shine right through. Heart on a rock with a smile so bright. Maybe it'll make somebody's day alright. Look around, don't walk away. Be the friend that says you okay. One kind word can change your day. Let's spread love in every way. Hands up high, we can make a change. Side by side, everybody sing. Paint a rock, paint a rock, paint a rock. Share some hope, share some hope. You never know who's needing it, so let it go, let it go. Be brave, be brave, be brave. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. When a friend needs help, we answer the call. Whoa, love is what we do. Whoa, I'm counting on you. If your buddy sad, don't turn away. Tell a grown up that's the safest way. Helping others makes us strong. We can all help right what's wrong. One small step, one big heart. That's how kindness starts. Hey, listen with your heart. Hey, everybody plays a part. Together we're stronger. Together we're bright. Together we're shining. All light. Paint a rock. Paint a rock. Share some hope. Share some hope. Kindness grows everywhere we go. Be brave, brave. Speak up, speak up. Love can fill every little cup. Oh, we're gonna shine so bright. Oh,
Isn't it great? Isn't she amazing? I told her sister friend I want a song to go to it. I wanted to make a little TikTok dance to it. I wanted to one day be dancing to it with the kiddos, and she popped out with that on the first try. Like, what? She's amazing. That will be out soon. But that is the video to my book, Who Do I Tell? That is on allysarmy.com. It is the first and only book that we have as of right now. But, I just got the copyright text for our new book. We just got the text that the book is clear for copyright. Y'all ready for the title? You ready? Ready for the title?
Yeah.
Drum roll. The title to our book is called Encrypted Allison. Yes, so that will be out very soon. I am just waiting for another call. Any minute now, honestly. Any minute now. Probably by the time we get off of here, we should be able to go push the button and publish it. We just had to wait for all the legalities and all the things to fall through, because the thing is people love to destroy any type of happiness or anything that we have. So I had to make sure that all copyright and all those things were done, from the title to the excerpts, to the book cover. The book cover is a picture of me on the beach that my mom took. It is not AI. It is not AI. Okay? That is my mama's camera. She good like that. If people don't know, my mom is a photographer. She loves nature photos. She'll take pictures of people, but she's more like pictures of the same flower, like 500 photos. I know. I'm not trying to throw any shade, but I'd be like, Mama, cheese, and she'll be like, I see her over there with the flower. She's like, work. So, yes. Terrain Henson said, love doesn't have a color. No, it does not. No, it does not. It does not have a color. The color of your skin or your DNA does not interpret how you love someone. So DNA, the color of your skin, doesn't make a family. Yay. Thank you. Bethany said that was beautiful. Jenny said, you are so beautiful. Allison, Jenny, you are so beautiful. Sweet as pie. Thanks, isn't it? I love it so much. Yay, I'm glad y'all love it. I can't wait to put it out a little bit. I have more to it. We've just been holding on to things. We've actually had that video for months. Yes, we took some pictures and stuff that we were able to stand with Teller, and that was really cool. I've been holding on to it. I just haven't been able to post it yet because there's just been so much going on. Did you decide not to go back to Telegram? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for helping me out and turn my mic back on. Okay, I got this. Thanks for that. Thanks for that help. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to read it in one sitting, I'm sure. Have allowed is digitally available or print. It is available on Amazon. If you go to allysarmy.com right now, it is on the home page. It is right there. And just for a little tidbit, the price is about to go down. Yeah. We have no idea what we're doing. we didn't know what we were doing with the books. It's a shout out and amazing grace, and thank you so much. So grateful to my sister friend Miss Miracle Sims, because she took us under her little wing and was like, listen, this is what you do. I'm gonna point you to this direction. I'm gonna point you to that direction. And then it just started getting bigger. I shouldn't even say little wings. She got big wings. You have no idea the creation station in that woman's head. Like, she is beyond brilliant. So she helped us with so much. My brother Wolverine, we love you. There were so many angels that came together to help us with this, and we don't know what's going on. We don't know where things go. So with Encrypted Allison coming out, we're hoping that there's a way that somebody can bundle them together. There is a website coming out just for my children's books, because I plan to write some more. So Castle Kids is going to be our new representation just for our children's books that I would like to continue with, Lord willing. You know, we just started. I'm just saying, Lord willing, we got dreams. So I believe we are coming up with another website, and that's going just to castlekids.com, and that is just for a children's space. It's a children's website. It's available for kids to go onto and to be able to look at testimonies, ask questions, information for kids that they can research and be able to see it from their perspective and their age range. So that's what I'm working on now, is a way to talk to the kids, and something that they can go to just as much as allysarmy.com. That's our goal. Jill said, congratulations. Thank you. I'm an author. Mama's an author. Never thought we would have that under our belt one day. It's really cool. I got another little snippet for you too. I want to show you. My dad is in my book. I love to go geocaching, and we love to go on this hunt for. Has anybody ever been geocaching? It's a scavenger hunt. Well, I want to show you just a page from my book. So there's that picture. It just posted to Telegram. And then a real picture for those who need to know. When I get a chance to see my dad, we go do so many fun things when we can, and that's just like walking around and doing a scavenger hunt. You don't need to be out and about for that. You can just do that on your phone if you don't know what geocaching is. It is a great homeschool thing, day project, just fun to just pull over and do. It's a scavenger hunt all over the world. And if you download the app, this is not an advertisement. This is sincerely what I love to do. This is geocaching. You can download the app, and there's geocache all over the place. They're small, they're big. Sometimes they have toys in them. Sometimes they just have a little note. You can leave something, take something, sign a log, make one. One day I would really love to make some Allie's Army geocaches, and put little treasures plus fact sheets and things like that in there. So I'm hoping that maybe when I go see my dad soon in California, maybe I'm gonna start one. I don't know. But this picture that I just posted, I want to show you the real picture of my dad and I going geocaching, and how he always tells me it's a competition. It's not a competition, Dad. It's not. It's still not. But just something lighthearted to see. We're very simple people. To dig back in to oh oh I miss Miracle Sims, my sister friend. She also made this little clip for me. I'm gonna put up too. I'll put a link on Telegram. Um, she amazing like that. Thank you, sister friend. And let's start back in with questions. We got some more report numbers and things like that we want to give y'all. The question that we left off on with Allison, I'm trying to find. I found it. Okay. All right. So Allison, my twin out there, she asked, Allie, do you feel like your altars experience a more multifaceted relationship with Jesus coming from different pieces of your mind? Or do you feel like it's your one same spirit showing up for all? I'm going to try to answer this. For the longest time, there is half of my altars that are saved and that are Christian, and half of them that are not. There are some that are different religions. That's why we can respect that. That's why we don't push. There are some that still don't understand or believe in God and still working on that relationship. So just as much as you have, I don't know, Allison, if you're a mom, if you're an auntie, but if you're a mom and you have like 4 kids and they all have 4 different opinions and 4 different perspectives, and or if you're an auntie and you have 4 nieces and nephews and you know that your nephew may believe in one thing and your niece believes in another, it's kind of the same for our altars. I hope that answers that as short as an answer as possible. Mama, do you want to try that question? Because I feel like I answered. Did I answer it?
No, but I could tie
No?
in. Well, yeah, you kind of did, but let me tie in with the church. So if you're dealing, and I think there are a lot of people with DID, way more than we know. And when we start breaking that down more, when more videos come out, when I can sit down and explain it better, you'll be able to see the patterns for it, and you'll be able to see the red flags for it. But say there's somebody that is a drug addict. They've had trauma in their life, and that pushed them to be a drug addict. To me, that's already raising red flags for DID. But that altar, that's a drug addict, will go into rehab, and they'll get clean. And maybe at some point the altars will switch. The drug addicted altar will go back into the system, and somebody that's not drug addicted will come forward, and they will be clean, and they will go about their life. They will get out of rehab, and they will be doing well. And then the next thing you know, they relapse, and you're like, I don't know what happened. They were fine. It's because this drug addicted altar is now back up to the front. So when we start using that and understanding that in the church and everywhere we go, you're going to see things like somebody just pulled the veil off your eyes. You see Christians that are struggling, and you might, our expectation is, you go to the altar and you ask Jesus to save you of your sins, and that might be fine. But then now we have another altar that's coming up and doing repetitive sins. We're doing getting involved in things that they shouldn't, and we're like, better, but why are you doing this? We have to adjust how we understand. So it's a hard, complex issue to understand, and we have to meet everybody where they're at. The drug addicted altar, we need to meet them where they're at and be a reflection of Jesus Christ. The the altars that are not drug addicted and are trying to get their life together. We need to meet them where they're at, and we have to be able to be fluid and move in and out of that without locking in too hard on the way we think it should be done, on what we have been taught to believe. Our days are very fluid. If there's a scared child altar up, whatever we're doing stops and we address that. If there are new altars up that don't know me, we will go to the arcade or go do something fun because they've never done anything fun before. They don't know what an ice cream is. They don't know this or they don't know that. So we will stop and deal with that. So in the church and everywhere else, we need to learn how to just be in the moment and just adapt and move, because we lock in too much, and I think we don't help people in the way they need to be helped.
Exactly. Really quick, sidebar, we love you, Miracle, is a comment here. Miracle is a miracle. That's what I call her. I call her my miracle. Every time I call her, I'm a miracle.
She's a brilliant kid.
You never cease to amaze me, woman. Congrats, and I love the Castle Kids idea. While we're talking about the idea, I wanted to touch on this. The reason why Castle Kids is because I'm going to give you something that a programmer that may be sitting here, an encryptor that may be sitting here, does not want you to know. There are different systems built within somebody's internal system. Now, there's a video that I'm going to show on here. I'm going to take you guys to this video because I think you need to see it to see what I'm talking about. You'll be able to understand and grasp DID if I show you while we talk about it. All right? So when you watch this video that my mom created with, is that Jinx, RJ? Is that the shattered glass into the building, or is that Miracle?
Yeah, so they both did one.
They both did one. Okay.
I'm not sure which one.
So when you watch this video, the woman touches a glass, a mirror. Okay? If you guys ever seen this little picture, stay with me right now. I'm trying my best to explain DID to you right now, and my brain is trying to do something else. So you're going to have to bear with me right now. Get a pen and paper because you probably want to come back to this. All right? So there's this picture that I have of this little black girl in the mirror, and she's crying, and the older girl is reaching out to her in the mirror. It used to be a profile picture of mine. I'm trying to find it so I can show it to you. There it is. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. Sorry, my phone screen is a little dirty. Just hold on one second. Okay. Do y'all see that? Can you see that? Okay. So the reason why I love this picture so much is because this is the representation of what's going on. Older me is trying to help younger me. I want you to think, and in this picture, the reason why I post this picture so much, and I'll post it to Telegram, basically think, this is little Tori, this is Allison. Clear? Okay, I'm going to post this picture to Telegram so we all see it together. And again, I want you to think the little girl in the mirror is Tori, and the bigger girl is Allison. Now, my former name was Tori. Okay? Now, I want you to think, I'm trying my best, okay? Stay with me. I want you to think of when little Tori, that little girl in the mirror that we just posted, I want you to think of when she was a baby. This little girl right here. All right? I want you to think of a little baby. What happened to me at 3 months old? I was sexually assaulted at 3 months old according to Child Protective Services paperwork. Are we all clear? No, I did not tell you at 3 months old I was assaulted because I can't.
Smear campaign.
But if you're not the Lulu, you're going to catch on to what I'm saying right now. 3 months old, Child Protective Services said in the paperwork, a 3-month-old baby. was molested. That 3-month-old baby was me. All right? So, in the video that I'm going to show you right now, when that woman touches the mirror, I want you to think a little piece of that mirror cracked at 3 months old. Then, I want you to think of this as my brain. This piece of paper is a baby's brain. It's full, it's beautiful, it's not crumpled, it's not wrinkled, nothing, everything about it is perfect right now, right? When someone started torturing whoever was pregnant with me, it started to do this. Okay? Then, when I turned 3 months old and something happened, it did this. I got a little bit older and it did this. Then someone straightened it back out. 4 years old, Monica came along, Monica Floyd, and locked me in that room, and that man raped me at 4 years old. My brain did that. Then it kept going at 4 years old. Something happened at 5 years old. It did this. Somebody was actually holding me on the streets of San Bernardino, California, putting me in lingerie. We'll talk about that soon, huh, Elma? Then, 6 years old, La Crotch Goblin, 7 years old, let people rape me before they gave me smeared off. And some people used to give me a very, 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 very small dose of angel dust. That was my brain again. Okay? 8, 9, 10, stuff kept happening. I've told you about the police officer. I've told you about my daycare provider. I've told you about the teacher. I told you about foster care. I told you about all these things, right? Now, I want you to think that our altars are these right here. All those pieces. Now that we have all these pieces, when people say they want to integrate people's altars, this is what they're trying to tell you. They're telling you that we could just put all of this right back. Just take all of this and put it back together and just slam it back in there, and it's gonna make that whole paper again. That's what when somebody's like, well, have you thought about integration? That's what you're saying to me right now. This is integration. You want this to just, and then you want a piece of paper to randomly form again like this. My brain and the parts, Teller, Taya, Aria, Riley, Allie, Leilani, Justice, all of them. These are the parts. When you torture someone the way that I've been tortured, there is no medication that is going to help this piece right here. There's no medicine. There's no glue. There's no staple gun. There's no tape that is going to put this piece back to this piece and make it perfect again. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay? So, we're going to get back to this in a little bit, but this is basically all the broken parts that my mom and my dad and my family and my aunties and my uncles and my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, and some of you have had to deal with, and you've talked to. You've been talking to this piece. You've been talking to this piece earlier. This piece gets a little angry, sometimes a little too angry. Her name is Leilani, and she's on the mic at Texas, and I'm telling you right now, you can tell when Leilani's up because she's her. And then Madison is the one with the bonnet video. Me, I'm like the logic one. You can call me the manager. There's Taya, that was the beta sex kitten that took a lot of the sex trafficking. There's Aria that, Mr. Misunderstood and Aaliyah and all of them like to claim was like the double side of Taya. There's Riley, who was the cutter out of everybody, that when I told you I went to Chino Hills Hospital. Teller loves geocaching, and she wrote that book. There's Angel, and then there's little Valisa, who's 4 years old, who was raped and tortured by Monica Floyd. There's Reagan, who's 5 years old, loves popsicles, and runs a whole hustling squad. She's a lot. My dad calls her the all-time princess. She is not. She's a little brat sometimes. But that's Reagan. Do you understand that there's no therapy that can sit with this piece for 1 week, and then this piece for another week, and then this piece another week, and then say that we can all be okay again.
So there had to be
That makes sense.
a new solution. And that's kind of what I was faced with. There had to be a new solution because none of those felt right to me. So with deliverance, they would want to cast this piece out. And they weren't understanding that these are kids that are kind of frozen at their age. So none of those options sat well with me, humanity-wise. The solution that I came up with was to sit with Taya and sit on the floor with Taya when she's scared, was to figure out what Taya liked and disliked, because many of them don't know, and then just nurture and love and pour into Taya, and to do the same thing with Felisa individually, and to do the same thing with Allie, and to do the same thing with Leilani. I don't see how it could be done any other way. And I feel sorry for every survivor that somebody's trying to dictate. A therapist is trying to dictate. A church person is trying to dictate. Somebody from the church is trying to deliver because that's what they think needs to be done.
Now, every single piece has a different pimp. 4-year-old Valisa was tortured by Monica Floyd. 12-year-old Taya, you know about Mr. Misunderstood, Zach Lockman and Leah Lockman, the family over in Hoover Valley, California. Yeah. Then there's Sky, who was raped, tortured, and picked up from the Dream Center in Los Angeles by Pa, the Louisiana pimp that sent me that message that said, "I'll give you your money back if you just contact me. I raised you and you earned all your money back." That's Sky's piece. And the list keeps going on. I'm trying to look for this video that my mom just did at the same time I'm trying to tell you guys about this, but I think
Which one?
I'm looking for the mirror breaking and it going into the hotel. It was, and I found it. This is posted on everything else. I don't know where it is. Okay. It's coming to Telegram right now, and then I'm going to show it on the screen. But every inside has a specific type of programming. There's Wizard of Oz programming. There's Castle Kid programming. Okay? Every programmer, every encryptor, every stitcher does not want you to know that information. There is Wizard of Oz programming. There is, help me, there's
there's a lot.
There's a programming that makes up the internal system. So when somebody wakes up and says, what I see on the inside is totally different, or when I look in the mirror, I don't see myself, or they're stuck in a different era or in a different time. There's also people that have done MK Ultra programming, and they create an internal structure. The movie Inside Out, the cartoon. You with me? So Castle Kids, the book Castle Kids, that's why I was putting up the congrats and love the Castle Kids idea. The Castle Kids idea is telling you Castle programming and the kids that are writing the book. Now, how I just explained that to you, Teller, Aria, Taya, me, Justice, Riley, Randy, all of them work together in one. I'm not explaining this the way I want to. Watch the video. Watch the video for a second, and then I'll explain it better. Just 1 second. Hold on. Okay. All right, you ready? I got it now. I got it now. My words are not wording right now. I just need to probably just take a deep breath. You know, I don't know. My words are not wording. I watched this video. So, DID. When you go through some type of trauma, some type of very big trauma, it could be a car accident. It could be the loss of a loved one. It could be something so traumatic for your brain that your brain has to
Pull the little clip from the WhatsApp.
your brain has to do something to help me. My words are not wording.
Your brain has to compensate in order to preserve itself. She's gonna, let me see if she can pull up this little tiny clip. I've been working with the editor on the next video that I'm trying to make, and I'm just barely learning how to pull the AI clips. of the, like, I'm trying to explain what's in my head, how her system works. So I got like a little 10-second clip. It shows how a trauma triggers a split, and it basically pulls your psyche, rips your psyche out of your body, and attaches a demon to it, and they tag it and bag it, so that they can come back to it later. So when I'm trying to get all my little clips together, but this is a little short one.
I'm trying. I'm gonna try to download this here, but if not, the quickest way is to go look at it on Telegram. Give me a second.
So in this clip, they're using a spider as the catalyst. You can replace that spider with rape and torture of a child. You can replace it with anything that triggers that same reaction of fear to split the psyche. I just used a spider because spiders were used on Taya. You might not want to watch. But that's essentially what it looks like for MK Ultra programming. You might have to watch it a couple times to grasp it, but that's what it looks like. They use a spider, they use rape, they use satanic rituals, they use near-death drowning, they use being buried alive. Those things to trigger enough fear that the psyche comes out of you, like they can rip it out of your soul essentially, and then they tag it and number it, attach a demon to it, and then they can put it away and program it later.
I can't. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know how to do it. So that one you're gonna have to go to Telegram. I'll have to upload it. If you can put a caption on it, put some context to it, and upload it to Facebook, I can share the screen that way. But I don't know how to share the screen just with the regular video, and I can't share the screen that I have. That one you can't see. I'm sorry. So you're gonna have to check Telegram for that. We're trying to explain to you, because a lot of people don't understand altars, and some people think that because of what was done to me, that how come I can't just be on medication, we can't just go get integrated. A lot of people have asked us about deliverances. Some people think that it's just a quick fix, and it's not. It's not. Trying to use examples. Epstein files. The kids that were in the Epstein files, they all have a pimp. It wasn't just Jeffrey Epstein. We all know that so many people were guilty, right? So the kids that people were bringing to Diddy's home, there's a supplier, there's a John, and a trafficker. Okay, those are all three different things. A supplier is basically the store.
So CPS would be a supplier.
Mm-hmm. The John is who brought the child. All right. The trafficker is who said, "Hey, Diddy needs 30 kids, and I have 5. So I'm going to take my 5 kids and take them to that house to deliver them to John's, so that John can do something to them." Okay. So every altar that we have has a pimp that they quote unquote belong to. Okay? Now, someone on purpose broke our psyche and then started to even name us. Not the names that we have now, but naming us, like Dirt and Jezebel and Toots, and things like that. My pimp would send me on jobs and orders and tell me, your name is not Tori, it's not going to be Tashina, it's going to be something else for that job. And if you don't answer to that name, they will beat you or you will get in some type of trouble. Does that make sense? Okay. Going backwards a little bit. Bethany said, did you and Mama Shelly both write Encrypted Allison? What's the subject matter covered? It touches a little bit of everything. It's kind of giving a little bit of a timeline And it's also giving you the opportunity to meet us and read our different perceptions. So you, like I just told somebody, that if you had 4 children and those 4 kids went to school, they're going to come home with different stories about school. They may play on the same playground, but they're going to have different perceptions of school. Our altars, we may be in the same body, but there's different memories that we hold. That's why it's so hard when it comes to survivors, that you have to be so patient with them, because the traumatic experiences that I went through, like being drowned alive 4 times, being buried alive, dealing with some very evil things, laying in pools of blood, people sacrificing animals in front of me, those type of things, I buried those things when I split. All right? So walking through the day, to walk you through the day that I was married in Utah at a Mormon temple, did you hear me? To walk you through the day when I was married in Utah in a Mormon temple to Satan, where they did sacrifices in the Mormon temples, my memory is spotty because I, Allison, didn't get married. But I, Leilani, did. The memories that Leilani holds, I don't hold. Oh, I hope that makes sense. Are y'all with me? So the book is for you to read the perceptions and the memories that each of us hold. If we went to court right now, if we had a case, they're going to ask us about the situation, what happened under the Getty Museum. Okay? Some of us hold memories that some of us don't. So they would have to give me a second, because some of us hold memories about how we got down into the tunnels and some of us don't. That goes for all survivors.
And that's created by design, so they can't be told on. And if somebody does try to tell, they don't have the entire memory from A to Z. They might have A and B. Another altar might have C and D. Another altar might have X, Y, and Z. But unless all of those line up together, there's disjointed memory, and that keeps them safe from being in trouble. Because it's easy to discredit a survivor.
Oh, another survivor that's here that also has DID. Thank you for helping me, Brain. Thanks for catching me, sis. She said, and then each altar may only hold a piece of a single memory. The memory will be split among several altars for each trauma. Yes. Yes.
So in the book, it jumps back and forth. We listed a few situations, and I'll describe what I was dealing with and what it looked like to me, and then the altars are describing what it looked like to them.
Yes. Stacy, you have the most amazing question. Yes. Stacy said, Allison, hi. Do your altars remember what others said? Or could you meet someone in person whom you've spoken to as a different altar and not remember them? Yes. That's why I keep saying some of these people that were on the smear campaign, some of our predators that pop up, they know me, but I don't know them. Because when they tortured me, someone else was up.
Well, and there's a lot of other
Or I was high
variables.
or consumed.
There are altars that are blind. There are altars that are deaf, that they will pull up if they don't want to be recognized. Like there's so many variables to one situation of the evil that they've done.
Beth, I love when people get it. Oh, I love when people, give me some for the people. I love when people get it. Beth said, can those demons attached to different altars be removed? Oh, give me some again. That was you, Beth. Yes! You're getting it. Can the demons attached to different altars be removed? Yes. So when it comes to people that say, there is a, do you do a deliverance? There may be a demon attached to the altar that was raped on the altar of the Utah Mormon temple and dedicated to Satan. Of course, there were demons in the room when I was laid in blood and dedicated to Satan. So of course there were demons in the room. So of course that opens the door for demons. Does that mean that I'm the demon? No. Does that mean that the altar that was being tortured at the time is the demon? No. That means that they attached a demonic entity to that altar. So you know when somebody starts to want to cut themselves, or depression, or something like that, and somebody says that is out of character, that is not normal for them, that is when you know they have a demon on them. What, you know, that's saying what possessed you to think like that, what possessed you to do something like that. That's a demon on that person. That doesn't mean that that person needs to go away or can't exist anymore. The same way people think about it when it comes to altars. It doesn't mean that that altar doesn't need to exist anymore. That means there's a demon attached to that altar that, yes, needs to be pulled off for that altar to start having peace and healing. If you are an addict, if you went through drug addict, alcoholism, things like that, that is a demonic entity, that there was a door open and a demon attached to that. Does that make sense?
Let me give you a couple other things. So early on, really early on, I think when she was just able to come on visits on her community passes from CPS, I don't even remember the situation, but there was a situation going on where a demon was manifesting. Well, I was raised Pentecostal, and I don't have a problem casting out a demon. That's no biggie to me. I've seen it. I worked past the hair standing up on the back of my neck. In the name of Jesus, come out now. So there was a demon manifesting. I was trying to cast the demon out. She kept switching, and this was before I was clicking in on the altars and the demons and whatnot. So I think it might have been Leilani. She was coming to, and then a demon was coming up, and then she was coming to, and then a demon was coming up. So it was hard to kind of catch the demon long enough to cast it out. But I started trying to cast the demon off of her, and essentially the demon bear hugged the altar and was taunting me, saying, "You can't cast out part of the psyche." I was like, "Oh fuck, now what do I do?" Because you know what I mean, I wasn't understanding. I knew demons and that was about it. But the demon attached itself to the altar, and I'm trying to cast the demon out, but it's holding on to the psyche. So that's when I started realizing that the church is messing up a lot and doing a lot of damage. Later on, I started learning that those demons have to have an anchor. They have to have a foothold. They have to have something to be able to stay, and that can be a lie we believe about ourselves. It can be a variety of things. So when there was a situation like when when I adopted her, she or the altars lived under the belief that nobody would want them, that they were worthless, nobody would love her, nobody would want her. But when that adoption went through, that spoke to that lie, and that made that lie was no longer a lie. There was now a truth. Somebody did want me. Somebody did love me. So that demon of, that orphan demon, or whatever you want to call it, that demon that was perpetuating that lie to that altar, now didn't have a foothold. So I didn't need to cast the demon out. That demon didn't have a right to stay there anymore, and it left. And so in the beginning, there were probably 10 or 20 times that, maybe more, maybe about 30 or 40 times that demons actually physically manifested. But that's not been the case a lot. If I had to say out of 100%, I would say we dealt with demons maybe 2% of the time. Everything else was speaking to the lies and healing the lies and healing the hurts and the beliefs and those things. And that's how it went.
Oh, y'all are asking great questions. I love this. How could you testify in court if that altar isn't present?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what makes it hard for survivors. That's why lie detector tests don't work.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot that goes to that. And when I said we need to revamp the churches and we need to revamp CPS, we also need to revamp the courts about things like that.
Stacy said, so how are you so amazing at remembering us when you're getting to know us? Photographic memory, and that's also a MK Ultra programming.
So each of the altars has special skills
Mm-hmm. Special
that
gifts.
were programmed via MK Ultra.
The movie Encanto talks about DID. That's just put into cartoon form. That whole movie Encanto is the structure that I just showed you. The whole movie, you know how dark Disney is. Encanto, the grandma, the abuela, the whole house, the Encanto house, the Madrigals, the family, is the altars of the grandma
She had
that are living in a
trauma.
house. Mm-hmm.
Towards the end of the movie, you see that the grandma had trauma that caused her splits.
Mm-hmm. The whole time, all of the people living in that house is her internal structure. It's DID. And every single person in that Encanto movie has a gift. Luisa, the girl that has the flowers, the one that has the strength. We don't talk about Bruno. You know, all of that is based on DID. Someone said that's why they call you a liar as well.
Yes, that's why it's easy to discredit survivors.
How many altars has Shelly met so far? I sort of remember over 200. You know, a lot of people think that once my mom says 200, they're like, that can't be. Do you know how many times I've been tortured?
They can split altars. So if you think of one rape, somebody committing one rape, they can have like 5, 6, up to 5 or 6 splits, maybe even more from just one instance of abuse.
Yes. Bethany, perfect. Yes. Oh, y'all are getting it. I just love it. Bethany said, correct. No human being is a demon. They are housing a demon.
Yes.
Yes. Does every altar have a demon? Okay. So, that's a great question. Yes and no. Because everything, if an altar is created, something demonic happened for that altar to be created. Something traumatic happened for that altar to be created. So, depending on what happened, if it was the loss of a family member, if it was a tragic car accident, something happened that had an entity of Satan in order to scare the hell out of you for your brain to have to separate. So
that essentially opens a door for a demon. The fear, the pain, anything like that can open a door for a demon to come through. That's why they attached, when the military was messing with all the human experiments, that's why they attached satanic ritual abuse into the mix of that creation.
Oh, Safi knows. She said, demons can be removed, but you can't just rebuke them and expect the person to act normal. Even when the demon is removed, the trauma still needs to be healed.
Exactly. And that's why there's problems in the church. And they go round and round and round. That's when I was explaining about the drug addict. That drug addicted altar goes back into the system, and somebody that doesn't do drugs comes out and is doing better.
And then the family sees that person and they're like, what happened? I know that they were doing their program, they were doing so good. This person that is that had the addiction, now they're healing. Now you see all these positive things and you're like, wow, I'm so proud of them. They've changed. And then all of a sudden, they start drinking again.
Because the addicted altar didn't get the healing.
Mm-mm.
It was the other one that's getting the healing and
Mhm.
working through the issues. It wasn't the drug addicted one. So when you understand things like that, then you're going to start seeing things different, and you're going to start being kinder and more gentle to people. You know, I know there's probably a lot of drug addicted families that are like, we're just irritated with them because they keep relapsing, and why don't they try, and why don't they this? Well, now you're heaping more trauma back onto the survivor, and they stay on the hamster wheel, and that's by design.
And that brings us to your question, Jill. When you heal an altar, do they heal and integrate back, then disappear? So again, brings you to the drug addict. That's a great example. Even brings you back to the military person. So you know when somebody goes off to the military, they go through basic training. And when they come back, I think every person that knows somebody that went into the military boot camp basic training, they will tell you the person that left is not the person that came back. They break that person down and turn them into someone else. Okay? When it comes to soldiers who have been through some things, they come back, and 1 minute they seem fine. They still have the VA to go to. They still have people to talk to. They seem fine, but that moment that they were in the middle of war, that altar that has PTSD comes back up. So a sound goes. Next thing you know, that altar's back. They weren't there a second ago, but that brought them back, because now you just put that altar just woke up. Like, oh, okay, wait. The PTSD from that just came back. Now they're depressed. Now they're drinking again. Now they're back on medication. And you're like, I thought everything was fine. I thought we put that behind us. When it comes to the drug addict or the alcoholic, they went through their program. They're doing so good. They're back on their feet. They're doing the job they have to do. They are there for their kids. They're there for their friends. They're turning into themselves again. And then one little thing, one little trigger will come back, and boom, they're back to all of the bad habits again. And people get so frustrated with them, like, okay, so, you know, you went through the program, and you were back on your feet, and you were doing so good with your kids, and you were doing so good with your friends, and now look at you, you're back to this. Why would you do something like that? Because when they went into that program, the rehabilitation center, that alcoholic or that drug addict probably went down the second that they started discussing things and doing therapy and going through a program. The person that's not an alcoholic and that doesn't want to be a drug addict came back up. This piece. This piece is the drug addict. This piece was not. This piece went through the program, the program and the rehabilitation center and everything. And this piece is going about its life. And then all of a sudden, this piece comes back up. Now it's going to take over this piece. And everybody's looking for this one. Does that make sense?
Let me break it down to you a little bit with DID about how many of you have had a spouse cheat on you out of the blue. It makes no sense. Out of character. Just don't even know what happened. DID accounts for a lot of things across the board.
Ooh, they asking great questions. Y'all on a roll. Give me some again, because I swear, I just want to like high five y'all. I'm so like, yeah, y'all get it. I get so excited when people get it. So someone said, is Allison the only altar that grows up and changes age? That's why there's some people who assume I'm still a teenager. When we switch sometimes, some people can see us.
So in the smear campaign, I believe LaRonda was seeing the 15-year-old altars, 14-year-old altars that she dealt with.
And then some people, all the time, I get, how old are you? Are you really an adult? Because there's some days I see you and you look like a teenager or a baby. Yes. DID shows.
So the body is aging. Allie does not age. None of the altars age.
They stay stuck.
They're stuck.
Stuck in time. When somebody tortures a child, they are now stuck in time. You stole a childhood from them and froze them in time. That is what that means. So you know when people say you just healed that inner child in me, that's because that inner child, you probably got abused at 10 years old by your alcoholic father. Now that 10-year-old child is stuck right there. And anytime alcohol comes up, that 10-year-old child is still triggered. But you may be a 40-year-old woman. Sometimes some people can still see that 10-year-old child by their actions, by the things that they like, by the things that they do, how they carry themselves, how they talk, how they look, what they play with, what they touch. Some people go back to like, oh, well, I just, did you go into a kid's play sometimes? Yeah, you do. You want to sit down and color or do some things like that. But when you have trauma, it will always come back. The body will always keep score. Always. Your brain is a very, very powerful place. Allie, has any of your altars pulled you forward? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Denise. Can you ask me in a different way? I don't know if that means something for you. Allie, isn't Allie still 22 or do you say Allie is 32 now? Oh, Allie on the ends, 21. 21.
The body's 32.
The body's 32, yeah.
The altars are not.
Can you bring altars forward safely? Yeah, we can just switch. Yes. We can definitely just switch anytime we want to.
I kind of pressed them to do that. It's in the book. We addressed the situation that it was necessary, but there was an altar that was sabotaging, so I was getting one altar in trouble for doing something. She got in trouble at school, so she was about to be in trouble, but she hadn't done it. And I was like, oh no, we're not doing this shit. That's like blaming one kid, you know what I mean? Like, we're not doing that. So I was like, whoever did it needs to come up, you know what I mean? And I started addressing it that way, and that stopped a lot of the crazy. So they learned how to switch when they needed to.
We have different voices. We have different skin tones. We have different eye colors. We have different eye shapes and eye features. Our features change. Our muscle tone changes.
It's a matter of us paying attention, but when you're paying attention, you can totally see the transformation. It just, you'll see it, like, you won't miss it.
Jill. Girl, give me another one. That's right. Jill said, very heartbreaking. Do most people with altars know that they have them? No. And that is what is also dangerous.
If the MK Ultra programming was done right, they will not know.
Nope. So you'll start doing stuff and you don't even know you did it. So we talk about this in what, chapter 3?
Yeah.
I think chapter 3 is called She Is Me. Chapter 3 is She Is Me. And Leilani and Taya share that chapter. And we didn't know. And a lot of people don't know. There's things that people will do, like you'll come back to something and you'll be thinking, I got to get some chores and stuff done, and we'll come back to it and it'll be done. You'll think that I'm going to start a project, and you start a piece of it and walk away, and somebody was doing it, but somebody comes back up and starts doing something else. The main thing is food for us too. We have different likes and dislikes. Some of us don't eat each other's food. That's gross. So some people don't know. Some people don't know at all. And then they find out because there's certain people telling them, hey, did you know you did this today? Or did you know that you said this to me? And some people be like, no, I know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? You know, some people will come to me, you just talked to me, you just had this conversation with me. I know my family loves this one. They have to repeat themselves so many times. My dad was just telling me this. You know what? What's really funny? I wonder if my dad will come on here. He hates it. If we're like, if we're mad about something, he's gonna hear about it like 4, maybe 8 to 10 times in different perspectives, because he talks to us individually. So he'll hear from me, and then he'll hear from Lonnie, and then he'll hear from Taya, and then he'll hear from Arya, and the same conversation. It could be the same thing, but we all have a different take on it. We all want to talk about it. So we need more grace for people. Yes. What's the difference between a trigger from PTSD versus a trigger from DID? Man, come on now, Sarah. Ugh. Mama, you want to take that one? What's the difference between a trigger from PTSD versus a trigger from DID?
A trigger from PTSD is probably more involuntary, like the slamming of the door, like a fireworks explosion. A trigger from MK Ultra is Taya was traumatized with spiders, so they would put spiders on her because they were trying to create that fear because they wanted her to split. So the MK Ultra triggers are deliberate. They can be a lot of things, but PTSD is more like for your combat soldiers or what you would think. So when they go to war and they come back, you know, if they hear loud noise, if the car backfires, if something's mimicking a gunshot, those are kind of involuntary things. Nobody's doing it on purpose usually. Things that just happen that trigger that startled state. Whereas MK Ultra, people have done it deliberately and they'll do it again to get the response they want.
Many do not know that they are programmed. They are simply told they are mentally ill. Girl. And that's what causes people to get on medications that they don't belong on. You end up on SSRIs. You end up on things that chemically unbalance, are meant for a chemical imbalance to your brain. And then now we have homicidal ideations, suicidal ideations, problems that you didn't have before because you started one medication and then they put you on another one and then it creates more side effects and then they put you on another one. And you already had suicide issues. You already had depression. You already had anxiety. And now they give you another medication because Big Pharma wants to just keep pumping you with meds because what are they making? Money off of what you're paying. So you take some more medication and then it triggers some more things. You see? So of course they're not going to tell you DID. Of course they're not going to say MK Ultra programming. Of course there's nothing to do to talk about it because there's no Big Pharma fix to it that somebody can make money off of.
Forgot what I was going to say. What was the question?
Many do not know that they are programmed. They are simply told they're mentally ill.
Okay, so I want you to think about the MK Ultra slaves. They've got, let's use Allie for example. By the last time I checked, or the last time I counted, which has been 6 or 8 months ago, she had over 250 altars. There's been new ones since then. But if MK Ultra is working like it's supposed to, she would just be going about her day, not realizing that she had altars, not realizing that she was programmed. Now, I want you to think of somebody like Hitler, and if you want to run the world and control the world, what would you do? Wouldn't you take those MK Ultra slaves that have no idea they have programming and put them in the office of the presidency, put them in the office of Congress, and that way, if you're going to run the world and you need a bill to pass, you can trigger the altar out of that congressperson to make the vote that you want. You can do that for big pharma. You can put them in every industry that you want, and you can essentially control the world by triggering their altars to do what you want at your will. That's the purpose. That's what we're dealing with.
Most rehabs are reprogramming. Yes, Safi. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get real upset with this one. I don't care. Just so you know, I don't care. But I do care because the fact that some people don't know this and they're still suffering from this is another big issue. There are programming facilities that are disguised as rehab centers for sex trafficking survivors, for safe houses, for drug addicts, for alcohol. They put them in the program and they know that they're in a very vulnerable state. So it is easy to plug in something to someone's brain when they're in a very vulnerable state and reprogram them to where they want them to be, putting them back into the same cycle.
Reset.
So okay. I got an example for you. Kanye. How many times did they tell you that he needed to just go to a rehab or something? When celebrities, or especially celebrities that grew up in Hollywood, anytime they start speaking out, what do they tell you that they're going to be hospitalized for? Ariana Grande.
Exhaustion.
Martin. Demi Lovato. They are hospitalized for exhaustion. Do you go to the hospital when you are extremely exhausted? Do you hear it? They're telling you that they're going to reset them. And a lot of people make that joke about like, oh, well, if they come back out with blonde or pink hair, then they got them. Yes, they did. And that blonde or pink hair is now a color trigger. So anytime that they look in the mirror, they don't see themselves anymore. They see the person that they broke them down to be. Trigger. They just used it to their benefit.
And as far as integration, they talk about this a little bit too. When my aunt was going to counseling, I know she had DID. I suspect it might have been MK Ultra in hindsight, but I didn't know to ask then. She had a good relationship with her therapist. She didn't want to disappoint her therapist. Her therapist was trying to integrate the altars. So the therapist was doing all these things to integrate the altars that were supposed to be getting integrated, just went deeper into the system and stayed quiet during therapy time so that the therapist would think that they were integrated, because that's not what they wanted. But my aunt didn't want to disappoint her therapist. So we have to be really careful from the outside of instilling and forcing our stuff onto the survivors. There's a lot of room to do damage to them that way.
Denise said, if one of your altars are present, can they pull you, Allie, forward to help? Yes, they can. We can switch each other. Easy. Not all of us. Not on the same level. So, You know the video we just watched? Okay. The glass pieces that went into the tall hotel. I want you to think, after watching that video, you're talking to kids that are on one level. Okay? And we communicate with you. if the level switches, let's say we're in a hospital, and there are a bunch of altars on the 5th floor of the hospital. If you go down to the lobby, those same altars, those same patients are not on the 5th floor. All right? So when you go down to the lobby, you meet brand new altars. That is how you see people that completely start dressing different, that completely sound different, that are sometimes stuck in the wrong era of time. They're stuck in the 50s. They dress from the 50s. They talk like they're from the 50s. Communicating, and what we've learned is communicating with each other. We can use each other to help each other. However, if you don't communicate, you don't talk to your altars, then you have issues like somebody did something double time. So if you're at work and you're supposed to be fixing something, and some altar comes forward and they fixed it, and then that altar comes back up and then they fix it again, and then they're like, I already did this, I just did this, and somebody's watching like, you just did that twice. So that's not communicating with your altars. We can communicate and say, hey, somebody come do that. Hey,
But that's an anomaly. That's not how the system was designed to
I
work.
teach hip hop class. Taya teaches jazz class. Aria will sometimes teach gymnastics. Like, what gifts some of us can do, some of us can't do. Some of us speak different languages, some of us don't. Some of us can write Spanish, some of us can speak it, some of us can read it, some of us got nada. Okay? Yeah. Karen Flynn, hi, Karen, said, so there is no base altar that ages then?
Not an alley system that I found.
That might be different. Everybody's system is different, though. I have no one to trust to bring them forward. How can you do it without having a crisis? Denise said, I have no one to trust to bring them forward. How can you do it without having a crisis?
What I found with a lot of survivors,
I tell my mom all the time, I'm like, Mom, you can't be telling people they have altars because they ain't got
but I do, because I love you guys and I want you guys to heal, and I know you can, but it's going to be hard. But I love you guys too much to leave you in that state. There's a lot of survivors who've been programmed or taught to hate their altars. They don't want to deal with them. They don't want to acknowledge them. I'm not from that camp at all. I would tell you to start paying attention on the inside, paying attention to what you see. Keep a journal so you can communicate with them. Love them, nurture them, and that's an easy thing to say because most of you guys haven't been loved or nurtured at all. Take bubbles and go to the park and blow bubbles. Nurture those little kids. Start to do your best to interact, to pay attention to what you see on the inside. I started doing that with Allie and the kids. Like, tell me what you see. When you're not up talking to me, where are you? What do you see? So I had them start telling me things so I could understand what they were seeing on the inside, so I could figure out a solution to help.
Beth said, I think LaRonda was trying to trigger your 15-year-old altar on purpose.
Absolutely.
She was. That's why she kept calling me Tashina. And then she tried to call me Tori.
And then she held up, you remember she held up the funeral dress. That was, the kids were programmed at the funeral. So all the things that she was doing was to trigger those altars and call them forward. Mm-hmm. They don't operate like that anymore. She doesn't know that.
Interesting. I've also learned or read that with that literally a person can shift in the physical appearance. So that's what I was wondering. When you do shift in personality, does your features shift with that? Yes, it does. And all you got to do is go watch the 3 drops, the 3 latest drops on my TikTok. There's 3 just funny little TikTok videos that 3 different sides of me made. Go watch it. There's one where we're dancing to that Forrest Frank song, "Oh Lord, I need you now more than they ever. Won't you put my heart back together?" That was, oh. Nah. That was Teller's video. Then if right next to that, right next to that is, "If you don't give a damn, we don't give up." Hey, that was mine, Madison. And then after that, it was Aria mocking how well our pimps did when they turned around and what we would say about them. And then we would turn around and be like, "Nah, you good."
So,
Go watch those.
When I tell you that it's up to us to learn to pay attention because we've not been paying attention, go watch those 3 videos. Pay attention to your reaction. When you watch Teller's video, are you like lighthearted like you would be with a 10-year-old child?
People were in the
Pay
comments.
attention to your reaction, and that's where you start learning how to pay attention to the details.
I think people saw us in the comments of that video because people really talked to us in a way that was really sweet, and it's almost like they could see Teller. And I think you can. I think a lot of people can. I get it a lot. We go into grocery stores and stuff, and I've been recently, we went into a grocery store, and some lady told me, "Sweetie, do you want to buy this? And do you have an idea?" And I'm like, "Ma'am, I am a 32-year-old woman."
But I think people unconsciously are seeing and reacting. They just don't know what they're seeing.
And she was like, "Sweetheart, do you go to one of the middle school or high schools in town?" No. No. Stacy Rudy said, "It must be expensive at the drive-thru." Listen, this is how much my mom could pull up to the drive-thru, and one of us would be like, "Mama, we so hungry." And then we get to the drive-thru, and she's like, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not hungry.
Or everybody will come and eat back to back to back to back.
Or all of us want something different. My dad, he has he has taken the time to get to know, like I said, so many of us. So he has brought. There's been times where the little kids and us argue over something just as much as little kids that you would, when you give a toddler a toy and it's like, "I wanted that toy and I wanted that toy." So to prevent arguing, sometimes he will buy us 2 of the same thing. Like, if it's a squishy or like a stuffy, he'll just go ahead and buy 2 or more, because it's not my squishy, it's their squishy.
But that's also been very healing for the little kids to have their own thing that they own. So there's a lot of healing in a lot of different ways.
I felt like I was floating over an altar watching in bad situations and then went back in my body after. I tell my family all the time I'm floating. So that is a definite DID thing. I can't even begin to express to you. I know there's so many heroes that are sitting here that are like, "Yep." I tell my family all the time, there's times where you kind of disassociate, and yeah, it feels like you're floating. So yeah. We're going to take a quick break. But before we do, I want to give you one more FBI report number. We're going to come back and we're going to give you some more. And if you want to keep hanging out with us, we're going to keep this going because we have a lot of stuff to cover. I don't know how long we're going to keep it going. We might be on here for another hour or 2. There will be a playback. It's still going on X, still going on Facebook. This FBI number that I'm giving you that has been filed already as of, this is filed. This one has the people that we talked about earlier: Tanya Williams, Kirsten Lee, Her name is actually Kirsten Kewen, and we have her pictures and stuff and whatnot. This one also has Jacqueline Suzette Wright, aka Jaguar Wright. Can you see that? Okay. You pencils up, y'all ready? If you get a hold of somebody in verifiable authority that can do something with the information that we have before 9/11, you can go ahead and give them a second FBI report, starting with the number 1, 3, the letter E, A, B, 0, 2, 6, C, 9, 2, A, 4, F, F, 9, 8, E, D, 6, E, 8, F, 1, 6, 3, 7, E, 8, 5, 7, 7. Okay, that is that FBI report. We'll come back with more in just a little bit. I'm gonna take a quick break. My brain kind of hurts for a second, but we're gonna finish this. If you will come back in the next 5 minutes, and we'll start up with this question. Forgive my ignorance, but at what age do you stop splitting? Is it childhood only, or can your psyche split well into adulthood? Great question. We'll be right back. snacks. Okay. Right. We're back. We're good? Mm-hmm. Got some more snacks. To grab some chips or something. Okay. We're gonna handle some heavy stuff in this next conversation. I know we've unpacked a lot, but you see what I mean? Like, some people think on 9/11 we're just gonna unpack some stuff and then everything is just gonna magically happen. This has been a lot, right? Can you imagine if we go in order? Before we start on questions again, I want to give you another FBI report number. If you get a hold of somebody, tell them to call us back. We gave you our phone number at the beginning of this chat. Between now and 9/11, we're asking you to help us bang on every door in every side of hell and ask questions of why no one will answer this. This FBI report is on the trafficking that happened when I was in Riverside County Child Protective Services custody. Let's see if you can. You see that? Did you see it? You got it? You got it? You got it? You need my picture with it? You got it? Okay. This one is about all of the trafficking that took place. I was in CPS custody from 2009, and then I officially was placed with my mom November 1st of 2011, I think. It's 11, something like that. But in my time of foster care, I thought everything was going to be great. I thought I was going to have a place where I could go to school and everything was going to be fine and I could take care of myself, and that did not happen that way. I went from one situation to another. Jump from one skillet to another frying pan, basically. And went from low-level trafficking to elite. I didn't just fall into the hands of Epstein. I didn't just happen to end up on one of the islands. I didn't just end up under the Getty Museum. I was supplied by a pimp, and Riverside County Child Protective Services was aware of all of that. They were aware of the trafficking within my foster homes and my group homes, down to or up to the elite trafficking, and the first time that I went to a celebrity orgy. I did go to my social worker, which at the time, her first name was Jennifer. I will not say her last name for now, but there are so many angels that have that last name if you needed it. But my social worker at the time, her name was Jennifer. I got back from this orgy with very well-known celebrities. I am talking P. Diddy, Denzel Washington, Snoop Dogg, it was a lot. I was only 15 years old, and I told my social worker that the man that took me to these parties was 30 years old, and he was taking me to things that I didn't want to go to. And at first, the agreement, I met this guy while I was still in Child Protective Services custody. He wasn't just trafficking me, he was trafficking other foster kids. Out of my school, I went to Carter High School. It's such a coincidence, right? And then I turned into a Carter. It's great. but I went to Carter High School, and while I was at Carter High School, I was being trafficked. My teachers, the office, the counselors, some of my teachers were my clients at the school. They knew. They were paid to have sex with me after school. They paid, sorry. Well, they probably were paid too. That was a whole other thing. And then I even had this teacher that I had as a history teacher. And the day that he brought me, I realized that he was making fun of me in the class for being a foster kid. I showed up and I didn't have a backpack or a folder. I used to put pencils in my hair, you see. I used to put pencils in my hair, and that's how I just went to school and just dealt with the day as it was, and I had a pencil, okay? That was at max that I could have. If I'm showing up to school after dealing with being beaten and sodomized and tied up. So I showed up to school one day and he made fun of me, told the whole class that the reason why I didn't have a backpack was because I was a foster kid. Went outside and grabbed this backpack from the lost and found in a folder and threw it at me and told me to get it together the next time I come to class. Well, he was one of my clients. He was just basically making fun of the fact that he had so much power and pull. This was a teacher. This was a teacher at Carter High School.
So you remember when I said that for the MK Ultra programming, they have to destroy every positive, any kind of relationship in every arena. So where you would normally, most of us have good memories of our teacher, no, they would destroy that. Most of us have good memories of aunties, uncles, destroy that. They crush the life out of survivors. So they will never look for help, try to seek help, none of that.
I would leave for school. I really didn't sleep as a kid. In that life, you are headed to jobs at like 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night. Things really don't start until the after hours, 9 to 11 o'clock at night. So for me, I had orders. And those orders meant I had a quota for the day. If that quota was $16,000, that I had 24 hours to get $16,000 cash back to my pimp. 24 hours. So throughout the day, there were orders. If that order was for 10 minutes, if that order was for 30 minutes, if that order was for an hour, there was something that happened. My pimp took me to Las Vegas, Nevada, while I was still in Child Protective Services custody. I was living in a group home in Riverside, California, on the corner of Washington Street, actually, right going into Woodcrest. My group home administrator, her name was Sandy. She was running a trafficking ring basically out of the house. She was using the money from the girls that she got for monthly. If you are a runaway, if you are a problem kid, you get more money. So trust me, I was a check to people. Okay, just as much as people still try to use me now as a check. And she was taking the girls to Las Vegas, to Hawaii, to the beach. Something happened to us every single time. There was a man within the group home that was also Navy, and he was doing things to the girls. There were counselors and etiquette teachers that they brought in and out that were doing things to the girls. This was reported numerous times. I was in contact with my mom. I called her, and I had just been taken to Las Vegas, Nevada. I was on an order, and my friend, Brittany, my foster sister, Brittany, was sold to Robert Downey Jr. The only thing that I remembered him from was little comic movies. I was sold to an accountant my foster sister Angela was sold to some guy that was with them that had a motorcycle. We were staying at the Crown Plaza with our group home administrator and our staff. Our group home administrator Sandy told us to roam Las Vegas, make sure that you are back at the Crown Plaza by 10 o'clock at night. We did that. We roamed Vegas, and that's where we ended up. I had a pimp already. It's Las Vegas. There's legal trafficking everywhere. I remember they gave us shrooms. That was the first time I had ever done shrooms. And if you have ever done shrooms and you've ever been to Las Vegas, Nevada, it is not a good combination on the elevators, okay? I was so out of it that I had a man find me in an elevator, do stuff to me and to my foster sister, Brittany. She was way more tore up than I was. My group home administrator did nothing. She actually laughed. There are many situations like that. I was raped on the Luxor escalator at 15 years old. My pimp took me there for multiple orders that day. It was actually one of the days that I seen this rapper that everybody believes is dead. And I had a John that I had to meet with in the middle of the casino. You know, some of those tables in the casino are meant for pickups, right? Those games that never end, they're pickups. They're pickups for military-grade weapons. They're pickups for child sex slaves. They're pickups for drug drops. They're just pickups. So people stay on those tables, and they're really not even playing. It's just an open table for people to have a disguise. Yeah, it's a prop. And it's also called a clean hands table. Okay? When you go to a clean hands table, it means that you're doing some type of pickup, and you're using somebody as your prop to do that pickup. My pimp told me my name would be Jessica for the day. I remember I was so fucking livid with him. I was like, do I look like a fucking Jessica to you, Keith? Do I really look like a Jessica? Is this really gonna work? Okay? He wanted me to carry a suitcase across the casino, take it to the table, sit it down, listen to the next order, and then take that suitcase to whatever room they told me to. I did what I was told. I did not know that that suitcase held military-grade weapons. I did not know that it had drugs in it, and I did not know that it had fake passports in it. The point was, for clean hands, was to put all of that on me to move it throughout the casino, and then if I would have gotten caught, then I was a foster kid that was expendable. So I would have went to jail for that. I was 15. Okay. After I carried the suitcase, I just was like, wow, that was simple. We got paid for that. That was nothing. Okay, cool. I had to go on to another order, and I have talked about this order before. This man smelled like permanent markers, semen, and cigarettes, and Black Miles. It was gross. I'll never forget that smell. Keith wanted one of the baby alters and me to come up because the man ordered a baby. I'm a very short person. I am compacted with fun. I am 5'1" with my hair done and my shoes on. Leave me alone. I take that 1". Okay? But because of that, people have used my size for very sick fetishes. This man wanted to carry me around the casino like a baby. I was so high and so out of it because of all the drugs that I had on the way in that I was starting to get sick. He took me upstairs. I tried to beg my pimp not to let me go. I thought that I could scream. I thought that I could fight him. My pimp was outside the door. I ended up throwing up on him. because he tried to forcefully do stuff to me. And I had to clean up my own throw up. I had to still be abused in it. And then my pimp got mad at me for trying to scream for help. He was so upset that he took me downstairs in the Luxor and raped me on the escalator to show me that even though we were standing in the middle of everybody, nobody would do anything, and they did it. I tried to tell my social workers. Nothing happened. After that, I was taken on another order. I was taken to Las Vegas multiple times, and I spent a weekend at a few of the brothels out there. The Moonlight, Bunny Ranch, the Sagebrush Ranch, and the Alien Cat House in Reno, where all things goes. They check you in, you have a full weekend there. Everything you do there costs you. They swear up and down you sign a contract. If you want alcohol, if you are screaming too loud, if somebody hears you screaming from another room and they want to know why somebody is screaming so loud, they charge you for it. So my debt just got worse, longer and longer and longer. If you have a quota, like I said, for a day, and it's $16,000, you have to make that quota, and you have to try to persuade somebody that you're worth that amount. You have to persuade somebody that if they have you in that room for an hour, that you will continue to do whatever they want you to do to get more money. Sorry. Point is, all this happened when I was in Child Protective Services custody, and it just got worse. I was never saved. Nobody ever came to help me. When I tried to beg my pimp to let me go, he beat me so bad he cracked my ribs. I went back to my foster home in so much pain. I called my mom now. She was trying to get me to go to the hospital. My agency worker at the time, his name was Jerome. His name was Jerome. This agency was located in Hesperia, California. I had another agency in Fontana, California. When I went to the agency and I told them what happened, I was bruised. I couldn't stand up. I could barely breathe in deep. But I have a very high pain tolerance. And they told me if you...
programming.
Yeah. Said if you go to the hospital, if you choose to make us write up a report, then we'll move you. And this will be your fault. They treat the kids in Child Protective Services like they're in jail. Like everything that is going on is their fault. So they told me if I told on him, if they went ahead and took me to the hospital, that they would move me. So I chose not to tell on him. The protocol, when a 15-year-old child is a ward of the state and comes into an agency with that many bruises, is to take pictures, make a report, call the county worker, and then after that, call the police, get them to the hospital, and find out who hurt them, and if they're a danger, if it's dangerous for them to be in that area. That's what you would usually do for a 15-year-old. They didn't do that for me. I called my social worker. I told her everything. I said, this man is going to kill me. And she told me to stop making him angry. Her name was Jennifer. I told her I have a boyfriend that is a 30-year-old man, and he has taken me places that I don't want to go. He took me to a house, told me that me and him were going to make money together. I was looking to get emancipated. I was about to do anything to just be emancipated, to be free, to be on my own. And he filled my head with all these promises that if we got married, or if I did these jobs with him, that I'd be making all this money, that I could take care of myself. So the first time he told me that me and him were going to go hook up with a friend together, I didn't think it was that bad because of how bad I've been abused. There's a thing called hypersexual. It's a trauma response. You either go towards not wanting anybody to ever touch you again, or being hypersexual and promiscuous. It was a little bit of both. But I was used to the pain. I was just trying to find a way out everywhere. A lot of people, when I say child sex slavery or trafficking, I don't know what people think. I wasn't having tea parties with people. I was a child sex slave. There are festivals that go on in Las Vegas, Nevada, sex festivals, where anything goes. There are brothels everywhere where anything goes. And I was taken to those, and that anything means children and animals. You can look up the sex festival that goes on in Las Vegas, Nevada. I think that's once every few years or once a year.
Those are usually programming sites. They program in plain sight there.
Yeah. So, when I was taken to the Getty in Los Angeles, California, I was in foster care. When I was taken to the Playboy for more than a weekend, there are multiple mansions. It's not just the Los Angeles mansion, there's multiple mansions. I was taken there for a weekend, and I have realized that I was also taken there for pig night, and it was made as a candy party. Jamie Foxx, James Franco, there's many celebrities that are frequent flyers to the Playboy. But everybody wants the elite to be so angry at, but they also should be mad at the toy cleaners and the Playboy. When I would disassociate or just try to deal with the pain, I would watch the toy cleaners. They put all the kids in the room. I was that one of the girls that was able to take pain for hours. So I don't know how other way you want me to say that. Like I said, we weren't having tea parties. Okay. So there were sex toys, sex machines, and things like that involved. There's people who have to clean those toys after so long, recharge them, put new batteries in them. And there's sex toy cleaners that are walking around the Playboy. There's maids, there's people that are workers that are walking around the Playboy that are under NDAs. I've been asking several times if there's any toy cleaners that would come forward, because I've seen so many of them, made eye contact with people. We've tried everything when it comes to what happened in Child Protective Services. To a point, I was sold. The reason why I was a missing kid in 2010 to 2011. My former name was Tori Tashina Outlaw. I think the next time we'll probably find those CPS. We will. We won't probably. We will. When we start releasing the dead man switch from the bottom to the top. There's a child ID number from Riverside County Child Protective Services. My pimp sold me for what's called a girlfriend experience. If you look at any brothel menu, if you look up the brothels in Las Vegas, you'll see a menu. They treat people like food, like retail. You get a menu when you come in, and it starts at a basic price, almost like how it is to buy a flight right now. You sorry. When you go to buy a flight, it's now you buy the ticket to where you're going, and then you need to get the seats, and then now it's just a money racket. Now you got to pay for your luggage, and then they might throw in a convenience fee in there, and then if you want, when you get on the airplane and you want a snack, and then when you're in the airport, if you wanted something from the airport. And that's basically how they treat the menu. When you get to the brothel, there's a starting price, and there is certain things that just keep going up. If it's basic oral sex, it's a starting price. If it's full house sex, then it's another price. If you want to keep somebody for an hour, you're paying for the hour. If you want to pay for a few hours, you're paying for a few hours. If you want to buy them for the day, you buy them for the day. And then there is something called the girlfriend experience. And you can buy them for a weekend. Take them home with you. Actually pretend like this is your girlfriend. There's a lot of accountants, a lot of people that live really busy lives that will pay money. And I used to actually, I say this and this sounds so fucked up, but I know that some people will get what I'm saying, okay? My brain is doing something really weird right now, so please just bear with me. But I used to enjoy the orders that were, someone wanted this fantasy life to just pretend like they had someone to talk to. You would be surprised how lonely some people are. And they want to keep up this image. So there were people that would buy my time to take us to an event, to go to dinner, to it's called an escort service for a reason. There's more things in that. They would want to tell all their problems and not be judged for it, and just be kind of have a yes man and just be listened to. I actually enjoyed those jobs because I didn't have to get hurt. The jobs of carrying things or moving things for cartels, I actually enjoyed those jobs because that meant that I didn't have to get tortured as bad. But I was married to my pimp, and bottom bitch means being top. So I was basically his wife. That does not mean that I had priority or I had better things than other girls. It was lesser of the evil. So if it was time to snitch on someone, that was my job. If it was we got to a festival and there's multiple sex machines, I could pick which one I was wanting to be on first. That's not really a flex, because if it's one of the worst machines and I decide to say that I don't want to be on that one, And then there's a girl that ends up dying on that one, and the rest of the girls are going to hate me. So that's not a flex. So you just take lesser of evil. Okay? My pimp sold me for a weekend to a man from Russia. I left the country. It was the scariest thing that had ever happened. I dealt with a lot of things, some things that I still can't even put into words. And leaving the country was the scariest thing I ever had to do. Everything is different. Culture shock is no joke. The signs, the smells, the sounds, everything is absolutely different. I could deal with the demons that I was used to. I could deal with getting around an area that I could figure out. Leaving the country scared the living shit out of me because I couldn't figure out anything on my own. I prayed that he would bring me back. And when he did, I told my pimp that I would be an angel as long as he didn't sell me out of the country again. That's the deal that we had. That deal worked for a good 6 months. And then he sold me for a week to that same man from Russia. When money counters came out, and he's still telling me he loves me and he's not going to let me go and he's not going to let anything bad happen to me, but money counters are out and passports are coming out, that's when I knew they're going to kill me. And there is no way that anybody's going to know. I had communication with my mom at the time. I was telling her things, but people were just ignoring her. My mom was making numerous reports. It's all documented. Again, my social worker's name at the time, her first name was Jennifer. The order was to pick me up from a park in Fontana, California. I called my mom and I told her goodbye. I said, I love you. I don't think I'm going to see you again soon, but I just want to tell you thank you for everything. And she had already knew everything that was going on, and it was bad at that point. She called my grandma, God rest her soul, my mom's real mother. She called her, and my grandma came rushing to me, and she said, get back to the house. They called the police, they called my social worker, everybody came rushing out. That night, I made a choice. That's the night I said, all right, my pimp is going to get a hold of me again, and now I have to make a choice to see how we're going to deal with this. So I ran. I disappeared from Child Protective Services custody for a year. In the reports, these idiots documented to take me out of the missing kids system. They didn't try to look for me. They were still collecting money from me. FBI didn't get involved. Even though everybody knew before that I was taken to Las Vegas without permission. I was taken to many places without permission, leaving state lines as a ward of the state.
As far as CPS is concerned, they have it really easy to traffic kids. The protocol is if you have a kid in your home and that kid doesn't come home, is AWOL, runs away, isn't where they're supposed to be, the foster family picks up the phone, says, hey, to the police, this kid, the last time we saw him was on at 5:04. They had shorts on and a backpack. Hangs up the phone, gets the number for calling in the report. That absolves the parent of any responsibility. That puts it off on CPS. And nobody looks for the kid. The kid's just gone. Simple. You understand how easy it is to traffic out of CPS? All you gotta do is snatch these foster kids, let the foster parents call it in as a missing or runaway kid. Nobody's looking for them. That's the end of it. fact, if you were a social worker and you wanted to go look for your kid, they will discourage you and tell you not to.
Sarah. Thank you. Sarah said, Allie, I'm sorry on behalf of humanity. So sorry you went through this and no one stepped in. Thank you. I was sold to the Staples Center in Los Angeles, California. I was living in a home in Victorville, California. I went to Oak Hills High School for a short second during that time. And I was, my pimp sold me to one of the Lakers basketball players. You know, some of these players are not real. Tried to talk about that a few times, and people wanted to jump at me and nah, she crazy, no. That man took off a piece of his cheek. They have prosthetics. Some of those games are CGI. You're seeing that now. You're seeing that for years. There are kids supplied by CPS that are sold in those box seats at many, many games. There's always going to be a game, especially big games like at the Staples Center, Super Bowl, World Cup, so on and so forth, football games, that there's a section where a lot of people know that some gold diggers go sit. Those gold diggers get up there and try to get in the player's face and have sex with them and try to trap them so they could end up getting pregnant and having the support of somebody very famous for 18 years. Okay? It's called the gold digger section. They put a lot of children there. I was one of those children. Now in the gold digger section, there is a lot of frenzy. There's a demonic frenzy that goes on that I will never forget. I had, we're going to be getting off the live after this because my brain is not doing okay right now, but we need to get this out. So I had a player torture me in the room, and while semen was dripping down my leg, one of the gold diggers, females, came over and tried to get that into a capsule. There are women that go to those gold digger sections to trap men that will do anything to catch their semen. They will turkey baste it. They will do whatever they need to catch the semen and try to impregnate themselves. So they have the support of those players for 18 years. To the point that while I was being tortured by one and she saw semen, she made sure to try to come get it so she could try to impregnate herself. This was a grown woman, by the way. I'm talking probably close to her 40s. The Staples Center. Once again, called my social worker, asked for help, asked her to move me. And from Victorville, California, and that situation, she moved me to Fontana, California, into a home with a Mexican foster family that didn't speak any English to me. We jumped so quick to Epstein and them had kids, but no one asked the question, who is supplying those children? You don't just come up with a bus full of kids that pop up at Diddy's house. It's not the way that it works. No one's asking that question because no one wants that answer. And to Doge CPS, you would hit the biggest trafficking network known to man. That has no oversight, nobody's doing anything about, and has always been there. It is the biggest fountain of youth. It is the biggest adrenochrome fountain known to man, and that is Child Protective Services. You ready for the FBI report number? We already filed it. Do you know how many FBI reports have been filed in regards to Child Protective Services? You see how many stories I just told you? So much happened. I moved so many times I lost count. I went to 19 high schools in 1 year. 19. In 1 year. That's how much I was moved around. So FBI has been called numerous times already. My name, Tori Tashina Outlaw, has ran through that system so many times. Now Allison Carter is in that system as well. And we still haven't gotten a call back. Right, Cash? That number is that report is 6DD6F5535555. E A 07063001030A4DBFC. We have tried everything. So, um, from now into 9/11, we are asking you to help us um, run an experiment. Call someone. We gave you our phone number. There's FBI report numbers. We have so much more information than that. But we've been on here for almost 6 hours. You see how it doesn't just fit on a desk? I've been through some really messed up things. I've been hung from a ceiling. They call that fallen angels. I've had people put dildos on broomsticks and rape me with it and swear up and down they didn't touch me. I've been tied to a spinning wheel. I have been bid on sex machines at sex festivals in Las Vegas, Nevada. Been in underground tunnels. I've had people tie me down and make videos to make money off of, dripping wax on my body. I'm praying for strength that I don't have right now. That's just a little bit of the things that. So, we don't know what else to do. So, but I'm not okay right now. So I'm gonna go. But thank you for sitting here listening. If you have somebody that you could give this video to, share it, tag someone, demand answers, because I'm not the only person that this has happened to. I'm just still talking about it. So, love you guys, and thanks for being here. We are not suicidal. There will be no accidental car accidents, explosions, or overdoses. We're not carrying anything in this car or on us that is not accounted for. We're not carrying any weapons. God forbid something happened to us. Please do not believe that it was an accident or a headline or an AI story. We are poking at some very powerful and evil people, and some everyday evil people. We have to go out and get some food. We need to go out and get some air right now. And we're by ourselves. This is my mom and I. And we We're trying our best to get a hold of somebody, anybody, that'll do something, not just on our behalf, but on behalf of what we're talking about. It's crimes against humanity, and sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, satanic ritual abuse, MK Ultra. Okay. Insurance holders, we're going to a 4-hour check-in, please. Our book, Encrypted Allison, should be out anytime soon. If you get a chance to grab it, money goes towards one day getting a home. It helps us out with those type of things. So we love y'all. I'm sorry, I'm kind of stuck. My brain's on. Yeah. I'm ending the chat. I don't know why I'm just sitting here. Love you guys. Bye.